Hello, and welcome back to the final episode of the Everwind Chronicles. I am Doug, your Dungeon Master, and we are a group of friends who are telling you a story through Dungeons and Dragons. So, as is our tradition, we've got a couple of questions before we get started. And I do want to take a second to thank Renee in particular for giving me these questions each week. Been a big help because, frankly, I forgot all the time. I had to come up with something real quick before the episode started. So, all right. So, with that in mind, the questions for this week. What was the last dream that your character had?
Do the ones that we've had for the story count. This is the beginning, this is the end.
So I had established a long while back when you were rooting around in my head that Asura does not think in words, she thinks in imagery. So her dreams are a lot of like motif images to emphasize thought and feeling about things. So she doesn't really have like linear dreaming. So I feel like her dream, because we got to, we haven't really had a chance to rest since being in the demon.
The abyss.
Yeah, we haven't really dreamt, like we haven't had time to stop and dream. But I can imagine she, through all of the like anxiety dreaming that she probably normally has of just about the unknown, like there is part of her that constantly latches on to her ideal fantasy about a world in which people that she has come to love only live beautiful lives, like whatever those lives look for them. So in my mind, it's a lot of like when someone's looking at postcards, it's like looking at postcards of each of the people that she's met along the way in whatever the thing is that they enjoy doing. So like she'll see a picture of Resham flying on his dragon, or see you like out in like a beautiful like snowy landscape, like speaking to a moon, like just like you know, like as you do. Or like being a badass with your sickle. Actually, it's more like blood on the snow as you have a beautiful sickle in your hand. Let's be honest.
Your dreams are a reality. So
yeah, let's be honest with her. And like you just like farming or something, like living a very like simple life, and like you and your sister like reconciling whatever that drama is. And since she doesn't know you very well, she just sees you as like a beautiful like powered woman, being powerful, doing powerful things. Like she's no concept of your like fullness. But like, and then like seeing like Enthris like being happy with somebody for as long as they're with her, finally knowing Adressa's secret backstory because she's gotten bits and pieces, and like now she has her grandmother. So I feel like it's just like these constant like little vignettes of postcards interspersed with like anxiety sketches like built in the middle. But I feel like that was her last dream, was like there's like these like fleeting moments of looking at these beautiful postcards of just an ideal world for each of the people she loves. But it's also interesting that she's never in any of them. She never puts herself in any of those images. It's always an image of versus an image with.
Rowan dreamt that she was a thresh mount running and flying with a herd of thresh mount and just leading the pack. And just feeling like she was with her family and like her people. It was very peaceful. She felt like, yeah, because she's got hope again, because she has completed the things that she thinks she needs to do, and this is a side thing to save the world, but she thinks after that everything's gonna be okay. So I think her dreams just were like, we got this, we're running, we're free.
Yeah, I think Zenoa's last one she's actually dreamt a lot in this campaign. She has very vivid dreams. But I think past 2 episodes, when she initially left the party and she's been out with Sarek, and I don't know, like she left in such a good, confident, finally headspace where she didn't feel, scared, and she was ready to take on whatever lay ahead. So I feel like she might have had like her first good dream, and if she did, it was probably kind of similar to you, just this like idealistic version of, it's probably a mixture of happy and sorrowful. So I think just a big theme for Zenoa has been finding a spot at the table. So I feel like she would dream of having like, you should just come sit down and like Sarek's right beside her and her mom is across her, and then Asura comes and brings the tea over, Stoic brings the food, and then like Bear and Easy walk in, and it's just what she hoped for. Good stuff, but also sad.
Stoic has not really had any good dreams lately. Mainly, he's just had the nightmare of envisioning what's going to happen to all the people he knows if we don't stop this guy. That and a recurring dream of killing Enwick, which I guess is a good dream. But he plays that over in his mind as he sleeps quite often.
Yeah, it's, the aftermath of redemption, regular nightmares about the experience of becoming a monarch. It's, those haven't gone away, especially since we're not that far removed from when that happened.
Yeah.
I think they're probably a little bit more intense because of all the weight of what's happening right now and keeping the world from being consumed by Darkfire, and I think it's a lot of, because I think the nightmares are specifically about what he experienced with becoming a monarch, and so there's a lot of, I think, loneliness in that, because like his family was withheld from him, right? Like that was always the care. It was like, you keep doing this, you'll get to see your family again. You keep doing this, you'll get to see your family again. So I think there's a lot of loneliness in those nightmares, and it's only exacerbated by what we're currently going through, having to face Varian and Lucrin and all of that chaos.
Yeah, for sure. In fact, regular nightmares were actually written into your character as coming out of that experience.
Makes me sad.
Protect Valen.
That's why
Protect my baby girl.
his morning meditations are clutch, because they kind of help center him after having those nightmares. Like, okay, it was just a dream, everything's fine, everything's okay. Just kind of those mantras of kind of grounding himself in reality.
Absolutely. All right. Renee, do you want to ask the second question? It's weird for me to ask it.
Oh yeah. I think it was, what's your favorite thing about the way Doug runs his game, his DMing style? Because I know my favorite, because I've played a couple high-level games, and you never come across like your maps are always interesting. Like the fights are always complex and they're a challenge, which is hard to do for high level, and things that you're like, you just don't know what to expect, and I really like that because I hate easy fights. I like every once in a while it's fine, but most of the time I like that they're, at least because I got to come at the end of the campaign, all of the fights have been intense and crazy, and each one could be a TPK, you don't know, and I love living on the edge of that, because I'm like, I don't want to be just, I want to be challenged, because most of the games I play aren't like, hey, let's swap the map to different realms. That was crazy. Now we have to worry about people falling into lava. That's awesome. Like,
Or to the abyss, you know what I mean?
Exactly. And just every fight that we've done, and just like getting to go through like the end part of the campaign and going through the abyss with like, I don't know, you're just very detailed, and I just like that it always feels challenging, even though we're high level people that don't have a lot in the normal world that would challenge you, and then it's just like, hey, you are doing this crazy thing. You could die. That's how scary it is. So I really like that. I really enjoyed that coming into the campaign.
Mine is very similar to that because it's like there are stakes. Like it always feels.
Yeah.
But there's the stakes are so much that like when you fail, you fail. But if you succeed, you feel like, man, I succeeded.
Yeah.
Like I got through that.
Yeah.
Because it's always complicated. It's always hard. So yeah, I'm actually gonna piggyback off that a little bit. It's the stakes always feel high.
I'm just amazed. Like, I like your NPCs and the fact that you're able to consistently keep them congealed, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, we'll randomly write letters, voice letters, you know, to NPCs that you haven't thought about in months, and you're able to just pull them out. You know what I mean?
They're like living, breathing.
Yeah, hit the voice, you're like, oh, I remember him. Like, sometimes we'll just do it to mess with you. I don't even remember what the NPC was like until suddenly you embody him, and I'm like, oh yeah, I really like that guy. You know what I mean? Like, that's my favorite part.
Yeah,
For sure.
a good one. Yeah, I'll piggyback on that because, but mine's more of like the world building. Is that like the world feels like it's still moving. It's not like our characters magically apparate. And for me, because I didn't, like, this was my very first, like, campaign, and I really had very little D&D experience before this, I was not
spoiled.
I was really spoiled on my first go. But I wasn't thinking about how to build a character for combat because I really didn't functionally understand how combat worked. But because I had spent so much of my life like in theater and as an actor, I was like, oh, I get to pretend a character into existence and like build her. I was really excited to build her, but I found I was having more fun trying to figure out how the world was moving. I mean, like, I have like my like conspiracy board.
Yep.
Like, I was like trying to understand how the world connected to not just my character, but like how your character connected to a storyline, how your like everyone's character had motivations within our team, but the NPCs also had motivation, and then like I was misreading people constantly, which was kind of perfect for Asura, but also just Tara was misreading a lot of it. So like I was really like so like of all the world. Like I was like, wait, tell me more about the history of this place. Like my notes were like ugly, complicated with like all the lore. So for me, I really just like that the world had been lived in and was still living, and we were just we were always kind of walking into the middle of something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Usually bumblefucking our way into
Absolutely.
it, but still like I don't know. I liked how you breathe a world so that it doesn't just, you don't plop it to us so that we can just like magically be the center of the universe when we show up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going last, and I mean, yes, to
Yes.
all of that, yeah. I will say that, like, personally, I just really appreciate you, like, I don't know, you just foster such a good, I mean, even though it's small, like, community just within this table. And me as a player going in, I had played D&D for years, but I had never really, I certainly had never pushed myself, but I don't think necessarily that the opportunity was there to this level to like role play in such a way. And so, and I think I instinctually knew when I started playing RPGs that like I just care way more about the relationships going on than like fighting. I mean, yeah, I like fighting too and stuff, but I mean, I don't know. I like at the end of the day, y'all talk about you're like, oh, it's okay if Asura dies. I'm like, no, nobody die. I love y'all so much. Please don't die.
I'm not saying it because I believe it. I'm saying it to lie to myself so I don't weep
Listen, there
any
are two
more than I
different
already
kinds
have
of
at this
players.
table.
There are two different kinds of players. I like know so many people that are like, oh, I've got like 20 backup characters. I have 0. Okay.
I mean, I do.
Like,
I just like
if
building
she
characters.
died, I mean, I guess I have like ones that I could toss in or whatever. But like, she's Plan A, and there's no, like, and all of those characters are Plan A. Okay. And so, just I really have appreciated personally for me, because I can tell since playing with you guys how much I've improved, and I'm nowhere, I'm not an actor like Tara, but I can tell personally how much I've improved. Like when I go play at somebody else's one shot or whatever, I'm like, I'm like kind of running the show here, you guys. Like, like they look at me to like do stuff, and I'm like, oh shoot, that never really happened before. So, you know,
why aren't you guys using character voices? What's going on?
right, like so, and even this campaign encouraged me to like to you know take a whack at DMing and stuff. So I just feel like I've just really had a fun time. It's been weird and fun to get to know you all through characters that we are not.
Yeah.
And so, but in a way, they kind of are
Yes.
us. So it's been very sweet.
I agree.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. And it's cool because it's like a full circle moment from like back in our like session 0 before we even went live. I talked about some of these things because I talked about, you know, I gave a little speech about you can die. Like I'm gonna try to balance it as much as I can, but like the roles could go poorly for you, and because I'm a big believer that it's not a great story if there are no stakes.
Yep.
You know, but I'm also a believer that like the characters need to feel real and not just existing for you guys per se, or at least it feels like they're not. And the same thing with like the world keeping moving, getting that sense of movement through it, and the constantly trying to figure out more creative ways to do battle, like you were talking about. And like for what you said, it was like what Larry and I talked about as our vision for this originally was being really picky about who we have at the table for that reason, is to have that really good community of players here in an exploration of what D&D could be. And all that to say, like, all the work or any of that vision or any of that stuff wouldn't have happened if you guys hadn't bought in the way that you did, way more than I expected. And so it's been amazing being able to explore that, to do all that stuff, because I have players that I can trust that are going to be into it and be telling the story with me. And so it's huge. I mean, I really do think this is kind of a once in a lifetime sort of campaign.
Yeah, I don't think I'll go another 5 years.
I won't either.
I don't. That was an accident, but also
was an
like.
accident.
I'm not mad about it. I just don't think I'll.
Yeah, I couldn't do another 5-year campaign. That's so intense.
Yeah.
I'm grateful for it, but that was so
exactly.
intense.
I would not either.
Yes.
So if we ever did a campaign 2, it would be
Truncated.
much smaller
Yes.
in scope.
Also, don't let us have like 3 episodes of run-on conversations with one another.
I was going to say that's what made it.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Tara, and you said I could act.
Yeah. I don't regret it at all, though,
Nope.
because the RP is what made this
Yes, it
campaign
is.
what it is. It's not really just the combat. You can get combat anywhere. It was the story. It was the characters. It was the motivations, the emotion of it that made it what it is and made it so special.
And I will say this too to sum it up. Sorry, I'm gonna talk because I'm feeling feels. Because I've read a lot of forums about like D&D, like DMs and players and like the dichotomy and the personalities that come up in those situations. I appreciate that this was never an adversarial relationship. Because I've never experienced it, but I've read stories where it's like DMs sometimes feel like the enemy to the team, or the team manifests that the DM will become their enemy, as opposed to always being like, this is a collaborative storytelling table. You just happen to play characters that sometimes we are opposed to, and then sometimes play characters that we happen to be aligned with, and those relationships change based on how we interact with them. So I never felt like you were out, even though sometimes we did say, why are you doing this to us? I never truly felt like you as the DM were not on our side, or like weren't on our side in regards to like the story's side.
Yeah.
Even if your character was in opposition to us. So yeah, for that, I like that it was constantly collaborative on everyone's side.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're talking about. I've read a lot of those stories too.
Yeah,
And it's just so silly because it's like a DM's job is not to fight the players. The DM's job is to make it a fun game. like, the DM's job is to let you guys shine and to put you guys in a world that you enjoy being in, and making sure you're having fun while doing anything you're doing, even if you all die. You know, it's depending on the type of game you're running. It's you know, the DM is not, again, it's not adversarial. He's more like the AI of a video game. You know, it's just running the world, and the world just is the world. And so it's not me fighting you, it's Varian or Lucrin or Indwick or any of these bad guys you fought. You know, they're the ones fighting you, not really me.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, absolutely.
I'm glad I can't write any subreddit fucking posts
Horror
about
stories.
horror stories. I don't got any.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. All right, well, let's get into the last episode. So, where we last left off, the party, having completed all missions and journeys that led up to this point, having acquired the Void Blade, having gained an understanding of Farian, the Prince of Spring, the Fey Prince of Spring, who was spreading chaos through the world after he had made contact with Lucrin, the Ancestral, getting Darkfire, this strange force, this strange power that has been used in a variety of ways to cause lots of trouble for the world that the party has been dealing with. They have learned that the Void Blade is the thing that could rend or mend the veil that separates the planes. They track down the Lich, Ditherion, and his involuntarily adopted daughter, and slayed them both, acquiring the Void Blade, seeing their friend and leader Anduriel die in the process. They returned, they rescued their dear friend Zenoa from a trial being put on by her father. Having defeated him and watching as his own mistress gave him over to a devil to suffer in the 9 hells for eternity. They were then pulled into the Phalite, into a place called the City of Leaves, the home of the Court of Autumn, where back at the very beginning of the campaign, they had rescued a girl named Selena, who turned out to be the daughter of the Fey Princess of Autumn, and who is now perished. The mother, not Selena. Upon arriving, they saw throughout the Phalite the war between winter and summer. They saw consequences of the veil starting to fall apart as more creatures and things began to emerge into realms they are not supposed to be in. And they made their way into the City of Leaves and found Farian, who had captured Selena in a immense crystal of spiritite, the substance you know is used to augment and amplify magical power, and said that using her bloodline, the power in her blood combined with spiritite and darkfire would be enough to open a portal, a gate, to the realm known as Rift, which is where the realm that is that the Fire Lords were banished to. Opening it wide enough, big enough for Lucrin himself to enter the universe, where he would then consume it. And he has there. And so they engaged in a massive battle in the midst of this realm, this area that is especially close to this planar rift that's growing, causing instability in the area itself, causing them to shift and see parts of other planes coming onto the battlefield as they are finding themselves dealing with a variety of unexpected circumstances that they had to deal with in the moment as they were happening, as they were conducting battle with this powerful fae. And as they were fighting, and Farian had taken a lot of damage, they felt a shift as the crystal surrounding Selena flared up with dark fire, and they had this feeling that it was too late. Their vision shifted, and they suddenly found themselves in a very strange place that we're going to pick things up at. So, you find yourself in a very suddenly, no transition, no pull like like you felt in shifting planes in the past, no sound or visual, just an instant transition away from the battlefield, and you find yourself suddenly in a small cottage. You see sunlight streaming in through the windows. You hear birds chirping in the distance and maybe a babbling brook nearby. You see littered about this cottage is painting implements, jars of paint and canvases pretty much everywhere you look. Jars sitting along the walls and corners and on shelves, and different things used to make pigments for the paints. Completed or partially completed paintings all over the place. And there you see a man dressed. Well, before I say that, I should say one of the most important things about this, as you look around trying to recover your wits at this sudden jarring transition, is that it feels like this reality is fundamentally different. You feel potential. You feel nearly limitless potential, possibility. It's like a universe that feels familiar, but yet not quite bound by the same rules and laws that you know. You feel also an undeniable, indescribable oneness. A unification of sorts that when you think back at your life and everything that you've known growing up makes it feel like every creature is somehow a million miles apart from each other. It's a glimpse of the universe, unified and unbound as it once was before the divide. And then you see a relatively young looking man, maybe 30s, handsome in his own way, dressed in fairly simple garb, with long white hair, bits of paint on his fingers. And you know without a doubt, without asking, without even thinking about it, you know that this is Lucrin the Ancestral. A being that was exiled for trying to consume the universe. A being that existed before the gods. One of the Ancestrals to whom anything was possible. And you begin to understand, with the feeling of this reality you've seemingly stepped into, you begin to understand the implications of that. And he looks at you and just quietly says, "Do you begin to understand now? Such senseless evil. It's an unforgivable flaw in the universe. I wanted to show you. I've tried to form this vision in a way that you could understand. Your mind could not comprehend the full truth of it, but I've tried to put you into this world as much as I could. A tiny pocket of the potential that once was. It was so different, and yet we were not so unlike you once. We had dreams, we worked, we played, we loved, we were creative. And how beautiful it was. The world was full of possibility. All loved, there were no tears, except those of joy. All was peace, all was innocence. But then one day, I was painting a clear night sky, and you can see, he sort of turns, and behind him on the ground, you can see a very large canvas of a night sky with vivid colors of kind of cloudy nebula and galaxies kind of swirling, and bright stars with color so vibrant they almost seem to glow of themselves, with some splatters of yellow on it. I was painting this. The complex interplay of color, the sheer wonderment of it. It would have been my masterpiece. But just as I was close to completing it, a small butterfly flew into the window and startled me for just the briefest of moments. And I looked down, and to my horror, I had spilled just a few drops of yellow onto the canvas. I stared at it in confusion for a long time. If there was such a thing as time back then, I pondered it. I was angry, to be certain, but, and disappointed, without a doubt, but there was something else. Why had it been allowed to happen? This was something pure, something beautiful. Why would it be allowed to be ruined? Why would I be allowed such disappointment? Why could I feel frustration or sadness? It was such a small thing, but it was like a seed that grew in my mind. I saw, for our eyes are not like yours. I saw into the future, and I saw the consequences branching out, becoming more varied and more frequent. The simplest of mistakes gradually becoming the smallest pettiness, growing into resentment, growing into wrath, which grows into violence and deception and rebellion and ruin of others and of ourselves. There would be no stopping it. There were cracks in the universe, and they would grow until it all shattered. For many, many days I wrestled with this truth. Why? Why would the twins have made the universe like this? Why would the one without shadows allow such a thing to exist? There was only one logical conclusion. He had made a mistake. He had created something flawed and asked us to trust him with it. And in my heart, I knew what needed to be done. And I knew also what it would cost me. And so, after much thought and much effort, I found the way, and I began to consume all that I saw. I taught others the way to do what I did, reasoning with them. Yes, many condemned me, many refused to see, but they wouldn't matter in the long run. Nothing would. I mean, it was simple. The universe contains power beyond imagining, and absorbing it would give me the power I needed to overthrow our creators and perhaps even the one without shadows. And then I would turn and release that power again, creating a perfect universe, without pain, without betrayal, without deception, without ruin. And in order to rid the universe of all flaws, the final thing I would destroy would be myself. The original flaw, the source of everything wrong. But selfish is all life, and the desire for self-preservation is just too great, and we were cast out for our noble desires. But you see, don't you? I can see in your eyes. I can smell it in your sweat. I can feel it in your breath. You've seen the darkness and evil in this universe. You've seen where the cracks have led. You've seen the things that should not be. Would it not be better to recreate it as perfect?
No, it would not.
So you then enjoy the evil.
I definitely wish there was less of it. But if we didn't know pain and despair, how would we ever know happiness?
It could be so.
But it wouldn't have any meaning. Happiness wouldn't be the same without pain and sadness to oppose it.
Can you not see how the flaws grow? Can you not see that the universe will shatter?
I don't think it will.
You are very short-sighted. Your eyes are not like my own. I understand. It won't matter in the long run. What of the rest of you?
What color is his eyes?
They are kind of a dark charcoal.
Do I have the ability to change my eye color?
Mm-hmm. You can feel, as you guys are talking, your health, your physical body is the same. Injuries, whatever your health is at the moment, is the same. But whatever abilities, whatever magic, whatever skills are not there. It's like you are fundamentally something else at the moment.
You said it started when you looked at that painting and a small mistake happened. It was not your intention to add this paint to the canvas. You had a vision for it. But I don't see a flaw when I look here. I know it is not what you intended, but it's still beautiful. That little stripe of color kind of reminds me of when stars fall. They are the most gorgeous things to witness in the desert. There's no other light but the light from the sky in that time. And it feels like you're witnessing something that is so beyond your comprehension. They streak and then they are gone, and you have captured the moment when they do. The moment when the sky is on fire. The unintended side effect of life. The accidents. The missteps. I profoundly know how happy I could be if I never saw that pain. But I never would have seen the stars fall in the sky at night. I never would have had my first kiss. It was the most magical night of my life. Because the universe decided to throw a star through it. And that is what this painting makes me think of. A beautiful moment in my life. Would the world be better if there were no cracks in it? Maybe. But the cracks are what gave me my life. The cracks are what gave me my understanding. The cracks are what gave me people who forgave me when I did wrong. We are doing our best to mend what we can. It is like those potteries I saw, the broken ones that are painted with gold. They are still beautiful for their flaws. Evil is a monster that walks this earth, but it makes heroes. It makes people willing to fight for love and light and good. And let me be clear, I am no fan of the gods. I am not their champion. But the universe moves. And I get the chance to build a little pocket for myself in it. And surround myself with beauty and beautiful people. Scarred people. Imperfect people. But people who love me nonetheless. You are still loved, even if the painting is not perfect.
The mistake on this painting, the depth of horrors that you experienced in the abyss, it's all the same to me. Such is the scale compared to me. One cannot have one without the other. The universe must be perfect and without flaws if it is to be good. But it's all right. One cannot expect fish to see the water, or you to see the air. You have known nothing else. You can't even imagine.
I have a pretty big imagination.
And what of the rest of you? Do any of you see?
I'm tired of people bigger than me more powerful than me trying to dictate to me
Yes.
what the universe should be. You sound like you got it all figured out.
I believe so.
You know nothing about me. But my father, I'd consider him one of those yellow specks. He thought he had it figured out too. What good is, what evil is. And I think he got it flipped around a little bit. I think it's pretty clear that you've made up your mind on this. But my whole life, up until these folks here, was like a big yellow speck. It was fear and pain and violence and all that stuff you talked about. But without it, they're right, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what home was, or warmth, or love. So I wouldn't take it back, and I wouldn't trade it.
The rest of you agree? Nobody sees?
No.
Problem is, we came here with something that we wanted to fight to protect, and you're opposed to that. How would we see what it is that you want us to see when you're inherently trying to destroy the one thing that we care most about?
As I said, selfish is all life, and the desire for self-preservation is too great.
Perhaps we learned it from you.
Shall I show you? He reaches over to a shelf and he pulls off a book. He says, "Do you know what this is? I don't know if they still tell the tales anymore. The old tales. Perhaps not. I had to sell every bit of music inside of me to acquire this. It's a book of knowledge. Everything I want to know can be found inside. Would you like to know what happens if you resist me?" He opens the book. He flips a few pages. And you can see like his whole body language has shifted. Something is different. Rowan Alaric, you shall know only light, blinding, searing, overwhelming light. I shall place you at the center of the sun. Your family will cry out to you, but you will be able to do nothing. I shall give the Lady of Scorn full mastery over them. And then in the midst of your pain, you shall know in your heart when the goddess of death dies. Stoic Songsteel, you will persevere with me. I will put you inside of a gleam of my eye where you will watch. You will see all that I do, but do nothing yourself. You will watch as everything and everyone you ever loved, cared about, or even wish no harm. In the most passive of ways, they will suffer the most horrific fates. You have a soft spot for one. I shall make her a slave once more, and no redemption this time. And the things that she will do for me will make her long for the days of service to Lord Greenwood. Asura Vapula, you shall become my slave master. You shall carry out my will, mastering all to carry out my will on the backs of others. Only when every single slave under you has died from the suffering you put them through, only then will I allow you to perish. And Valen Wren, your dragon master shall become my pet. I will make him fetch sticks and do tricks to entertain me. I will give your sister new purpose in serving me. But you'll not serve me. You'll serve your brother. And your brother will be instructed to treat you as you are. Nothing. And so Noah Rabar. I will take Sarek and cause him to utterly forget you, just as he did his own family. I will make you look upon the memory of your father and his treatment with warm nostalgia compared to what I will do. Only darkness awaits you and your mother. The only light you will ever see is when I allow you to watch as I utterly undo the one you call Ildris. He snaps the book closed. Do you see now?
May I see that book? Because I feel like you were just making it up.
Maybe if you had asked before, but now I'm afraid my friendliness has come to an end. My will is as a diamond. My ways are beyond you. I will emerge from exile and I will complete my goal. You're simply too small to stop me.
You're having a hissy fit over a painting. For someone who is so adamant that you are going to bring the world into perfect beauty, this is how you are going to respond. This is how you react. Perhaps there was no mistake after all. Merely a catalyst.
Oh, there was a mistake. Me. But that mistake will be the end of this universe and the birth of a perfect one. And with that, he grabs a paintbrush off of the shelf right beside him, and with a few strokes, he, it's almost like it's like time blurs for just a moment as he strokes very quickly, and you see the paint suddenly shift and take shape until a lion is standing beside him, and you hear this deep growl. And I need you to roll initiative.
You said that this world is filled with. We feel the potential of the world around us right now, right?
Are we gonna have an imagination battle? Oh, damn it.
It's gonna take me a while to get there, but yes.
Oh, which one of you is gonna be helpful tonight?
Are we adding stuff? I don't know.
Yeah. Do we add
Oh, yeah.
anything?
Or is it just straight?
It is.
What can we actually use on our sheets right now?
I
you
was
said-
really good on initiative until you came back to the side of the table.
Our health is the same.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you cursed.
For the
Cursed.
sake of this, let me get this to the right map here.
I imagine that I roll a 30.
Got him.
Does that work?
Imagination.
Oops. This is the wrong one. Sorry, I'm trying to get us to the right map here. Give me a second. Okay. So for this, you can add your normal initiative.
Okay.
Okay, so. Alright, 20 and higher.
28.
Okay. 15 or higher?
18.
Wow. We're even on the back end.
Okay. Who do you want to go first?
You go first.
Oh, fine. I'll go first.
Okay. 10 and higher?
12.
11.
Okay. Here we go.
Not a natural one, though.
Not a natural one.
Crushing it.
I had a 4 improvement from last initiative.
So, we're still not on the right map. Okay, here we go.
I have to go.
Just change this real quick.
Ooh.
Oh, that doesn't look like a line. What the freak is that?
Kind of looks like a lizard.
Yeah, who knows what lions looked like in his,
True.
Perfect
world.
Yeah. Life fundamentally changed after the divide, so who knows what's happening right now.
You said when we looked around, we saw all the paint, right? Do we see
Yep.
any paint thinner?
You can use your turn to roll an investment to look for it.
Okay, never mind.
It's an interesting idea, but you can look for it. Okay. He actually goes first.
I was banking on that.
Yeah.
Okay. So first. All right. So the lion leaps forward with a huge pounce onto Stoic. Stoic, I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Yeah, do we still have our... We still got our adders and stuff, right?
Yeah. Your stats will stay the same.
19.
Has our AC changed? And all of the items that we have attuned to us also? Because I have been something that gives me a
yeah.
higher...
So, in this case, your AC is going to be a 15. Everyone.
Okay.
Even me? Or because of my stuff is not based on armor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, everything is kind of fundamentally different with this. So there's a little bit the same, but a lot of it has changed.
I have a item that buffs my health. I got it to where it is. Should I unequip it and see what my health would be without
Yes.
it? Okay.
Wow. We're so screwed.
Which also includes temp hit points if there's any of that. You need to lose that too.
You still have some left?
No. No, I went from
temporary hit points to-
118
Oh.
I don't think
HP to
anybody
80.
has that.
Those are long gone.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
lost a lot of health.
Yeah, we all got pretty wrecked, dude.
Yep.
Well, I would have. Yeah.
Okay. What's your strength saving throw?
It was 19.
Okay. So you don't get knocked prone, but the lion is going to take 2 swipes at you, which in your normal life you've gotten to a point of skill where you feel like a lion is not
We don't have any.
That
a
terrible.
huge of a threat
weapons.
anymore.
I don't have
You don't feel that right now. This feels like if you, Danny, were to meet a lion in real life. This is intense. So, the first one is a 21, and the second one is a 15.
Oof.
So,
Both hit.
both going to hit. Okay. So you take 18 points of slashing damage, full.
Oh. I was like, sweet.
No, this is a lot more elemental fight.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Don't have our
than you're
buffs,
used to.
or a lot of our buffs.
Lucrin takes his paintbrush and you see him take the paintbrush and swirl it in the air quickly, and you see suddenly coming to life a tornado about 10 foot high that goes out towards you guys and picks you guys up. I need you guys to make this would be dexterity saving throws.
29.
29.
Yeah.
And because we have evasion, right? It's evasion, right?
Yeah.
We don't take any damage.
You don't at the moment.
We don't have
23.
evasion at the moment.
You don't have any
They do.
features or
Yeah,
skills
gotcha.
or any of that stuff.
We just have our base, like our.
very straight.
Gotcha.
23.
Okay.
27.
23.
Okay. The two 23s. That's you and you fail. So
Facing the god.
you guys will take full damage, and the rest will take half damage as the tornado picks you up and flings you around the room. Let's see. I believe it should be. Oh, this is the wrong scale. Hold on. So Noah, you get flung over there. You get flung, crashing into these pigments, splashing paint all over yourself. You guys all hit walls and various implements. As you each take 13
So
bludgeoning damage.
6 because it's half.
So 6 if you've saved and 13 if you didn't.
5 hit points left.
Let's go.
Oh my god, you guys, I'm 102.
You are.
have them-
You're a tank right now. Go fight him.
You two are the most helpful.
All right, Miss Tank, you're up.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me. Do I have any feeling like I have any of that potential energy right now? Like access to that potential energy?
You can find out.
I'm gonna take the paint that's on my person and I'm just gonna like rub my hand through it, and then on the ground in front of me, I just paint the shape of this like blade, like my blade that I've always carried,
Mhm.
and I just make the shape of the blade on the ground,
Mhm.
and I place my hand where the handle would be, and I try to lift.
Okay. So you try to imagine what painting a blade would be with a swoop, and it's a really weird sensation because it's like a couple of hours of effort suddenly happen in an instant, and you feel every moment of every stroke of painting. But in an instant, you reach down and grab and feel a hilt in your hand.
Do I have access to any of its skills?
You just have a dagger or a sword,
a
whatever
sword?
you're making. Yeah.
And I'm in shock that I'm in possession of something. And I look at what's his face. This might be the dumbest thing I've ever done in my whole life. I sprint towards his painting,
Okay.
put my blade up over it, and
Okay.
say, do you want to see what really happens when you destroy something?
Is that all you're doing?
If he moves, I jam it. If he does anything to harm anybody that I love in this room, it's going through the canvas.
Okay.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever done.
After your turn,
It's not though.
after your turn,
Judge seems pretty.
he just sort of smiles and he says, "This is an illusion, but I'll make the destruction real."
Because he threatened people I love, I drive the blade into the canvas, but what I am not doing is destroying the canvas. What I am imagining when I drive into this canvas is driving through his sight, the long of it, like cutting off the endlessness of what he was seeing, as dividing his ability to look that far ahead, making his worldview smaller. By quite literally destroying a world he created, I
Okay.
want to imagine truncating the universe in his eyes so he can't see everything anymore.
Okay. Roll a straight D20
Oh god.
attack for me.
Natural 20.
Let's go.
Okay. Okay. Let's see, with a sword. Roll a D10, which would be a long sword, both two-handed.
That's a
And
D.
double.
Oh, I have to roll a bigger thing than I'm used to rolling. 12. So 6
Okay.
plus
6 times 2. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you slash down into it, trying to imagine the sort of long vision of what it took just to look into the sky and see this and make it, to bring this, capture that beauty into the canvas. And as you do, you see, his eyes just kind of widen for a second and shake his head as he takes some psychic damage. All right, Stoic.
This is my kind of battle!
It's not Stoics.
No, I'm like,
The D&D players are like, wait, what?
Yeah, Okay, so I am not by any paint.
You are. You got
Am
a
I?
couple of jars right there.
Okay. I want to reach out with my hand to take some of the paint,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to wipe it on my injuries. and imagine a healing balm.
Okay.
And I'm gonna think back to that. Wasn't it like a hot tub?
Yeah, that water.
I'm gonna think back to the hot tub in the illuminated place that just did the trick when we got in it, and I'm gonna rub that as paint on me and see what happens.
Okay. So you take some paint, and it's like you take some from a couple of the jars next to you, mixing them together quickly to match the gray skin tone. And you essentially making yourself the canvas start to paint your wounds closed. So go ahead and roll. 8d4 plus 8.
Ooh.
8.
Do you need more D4s?
I have no D4s.
I've got so many.
How many?
I was about to say I could just
How many more do you need?
I could digital it.
There's like 2 more.
How many more do you need?
2.
2?
I'm not gonna know who's though. Yeah. All right, 8d4s. That's a bunch of ones. Some 3s. 3, 1. Okay, so 3, 6, 9, 12, 16, 18 plus 8 is
26.
26. Yeah, so 26.
Alright. Heal 26.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm guessing that's my action.
Yeah. And
Do I have a bonus action?
probably not.
Yeah.
You can,
Well,
you can move.
If I don't have any of my skills,
No,
like
this one
then
in the eyeball.
not gonna matter.
Because I also have an eyeball.
Yeah, I want to stay close to that wall and try to move closer to the painting.
Okay. Like here?
Or actually, is there any? What's the light source in the room?
There's sunlight streaming in through the windows.
No candles or lanterns or anything.
There's a light on the desk.
Yeah, there's a lantern over here.
I would actually like to move towards that lantern, please.
Oh, and another one over here by Zenoa.
I'll move to the one further away from the lizard lion.
Okay.
Yeah. Like taking care to not get into. Like I'm not gonna run in front of his jaws. He already swiped me enough.
Your move is 40, right?
Yes.
Okay, then you're.
Okay, good.
Okay.
How I make it to the next round, we'll see what fire does.
All right, Zenoa.
I'm gonna quickly look at the tables that's around me.
Mhm.
Does he have the book of knowledge? Or is it on this table?
He has it.
Okay, well then what am I looking at really quick?
You're seeing a lot of painting implements and paint and ink and
So I'm near
quills
paint.
and
Okay.
parchment and again some more like herbs and things that you imagine are used to make different colors and paints and inks and things of that nature.
Your action, you made something out of paint and then did something with it?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what happened? Is the book on, like, can I see the book?
Yeah, it's in his hand.
Alright. I will grab some paint. Purple, obviously. And I am going to kind of flick it out in front of me, and I'm going to attempt to manifest or transmute a whip.
Okay.
Does it happen?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And with that action, what's the length on it?
15
If I want to
feet.
use it on him. Okay. I'm going to attempt to whip that book. I'm going to whack his fingers.
Interesting. Okay. Make an attack roll. Just a straight d20.
Okay. No adders. It's a 16.
Okay. 15.
Oh.
So you're knocking it out of his hand. So you whip it out with it, as this kind of purple whip takes form into a sort of purplish leather as you whip it out with a crack in the air. the book goes flying forward to
forward.
land right beside the lion.
I have 30 feet of movement. Can I get to it? From where I am?
Yeah, I think you just barely get there.
Great.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
You're gonna ask it how to beat him.
She's gonna write.
I don't have a good history with these
We
talking
win.
books. I don't like the talking books.
Hey, everybody. Wild ass story for you.
Oh, hey, how you doing? That's every animated.
We manage
animated
with
object,
Sunny, okay?
Yeah.
Every animated object just has like South African, like New Zealander kind of thing. Hey, oh, hey, how you doing? Hey.
All right. He is going to, after your turn, he is going to he's going to take his hand, run it across the paintbrush, and like flick it up, and you see it turn gray, and suddenly storm clouds above. And in the same motion, he brings his hand down to hit Asura with lightning that then jumps in a row
no.
to each of you. I need you all to make a Constitution save.
Oh god, no.
Not the Constitution.
Constitution save. Not 20!
Okay, sis.
It's you.
She is with us.
Because I have no adders on God. I love you so much. You're so beautiful. She's really doing the work.
You guys rolled 23s last time, right? Okay. Would you roll?
For the last one? 27.
Okay,
Sarah.
so Asura saves, going in order of the lightning bolt. Zanoa,
20.
20 saves.
Okay.
These are different saves,
Sure.
actually,
Okay.
for different attacks. So,
Oh god.
Rowan?
Fail. I got an 8.
Yeah, that does fail.
No.
Failed so hard.
Stoic?
21.
Okay, and...
25.
Okay. So, again, half damage for
I don't think it's gonna matter now.
fails, and... Okay, that was terrible. So, 6 damage, 6 lightning damage, or 3 if you save.
Oh my god! He's doing it for you!
Another 2 hit points. I'm hanging
I
on
get a turn!
by a thread.
You rolled terribly.
Thank you. Oh. I was like, man, I'm going down. 5 hit points. There's no way.
And you took 2 attacks.
I was at 11 to start this.
I know, that's what I mean.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's impressive.
All right, Rowan.
Okay. I am also gonna dip my fingers in a little bit of paint.
All right, do you want to go north or south for it?
I'll go north.
All right. So run over there to a shelf of different
Great.
paints.
I'm gonna dip my fingers into it, and then I'm gonna look at him, and as I trace in the air some musical notes of a lullaby that reminds me of my family and a time where things were good and I was happy. And I'm going to say, I know what it's like to have given up a piece of yourself and have lost it and lost sight on what's right and what's true. Let me show you what real happiness actually is. And I'm going to send it on the wind to it.
Okay.
Sending good vibes.
Literally good vibes.
It may not be...
See what real happiness looks like, motherfucker.
Take that.
I am going to make this a Constitution save against 15. And that is a 9. You see him still kind of standing. You see as the notes take shape, but then kind of shimmer and become translucent as you hear this ethereal, sort of melodyless, beautiful music and chords sort of wash over, and you see him sort of like still kind of standing, just kind of drip down, and apparently fall asleep.
Whoa, okay.
All right, Valen.
Yeah. All right. So I'm assuming there's a paintbrush beside me on this desk.
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to grab one, just kind of run it through some paint, and on the ground in front of me, paint because I have a proficiency with calligraphy. I've never used it, so I'm going to paint the Elven word for restoration, and just put my fist onto it.
Okay. All right. You know what? Since you have calligraphy, that I think that's one of the only I would probably allow in this circumstance. Yeah. So I'm gonna say 10d8 plus 10.
Woo! Jesus.
All right. 2, 4.
Or 10d4 plus 10.
Oh,
Sorry.
I was like, okay, yeah, I will take it.
I was like, that math doesn't math. No.
4. I think I've got it.
Math low for me.
Yeah,
Do it.
I've got 10.
Okay.
Thank you. I would love that. That math is great for me.
All right.
It's like hit dice, man.
Mm-hmm.
So 4, 6, 9, 10, 14, 16, 18, 21, 30. You said plus 10?
Mm-hmm.
31. Nice. Hey, I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps me from dying another round. I'm at 33.
Maybe. Hopefully.
Okay.
All right. Don't know what else I'd be able to do. Do we really have bonus actions at all, or is it really, really simplified?
I'm just gonna say no.
Okay,
We're gonna
gotcha.
keep it simple for this one.
Okay. I will. Don't want to get too close because I'm kind of hurting right now. I'll just go like 10 feet, kind of, in straight ahead.
Like over.
Actually, like down.
Oh, down.
Yep. Right there. That'll work.
Sure. And I should have narrated a little bit. This up here, like up top, is like a second floor kind of loft area. There are the stairs that lead up to it, and then there's like a little doorway right here that's kind of hard to see, going into this room over here. And then this is like a shelf area here. I don't know if it'll matter, but I forgot to narrate what you're looking at here. All right, top of the round. All right, the lion is going to turn and pounce on Zenoa. I need you to make a strength save.
$18.
Okay.
Wow.
So you will also
With a
not
negative
fall
1.
prone
Let's go.
as this lion slashes into your unarmored torso. I guess I should roll to see if he hits first. Yes.
It's like, don't assume.
And yes. All right, so he's going to do.
Just because it's probably true.
Yeah. I mean, 15 AC right now. It's we're easy to hit. We're squishy.
12 slashing on the first attack. And 12 on the second. So 24 slashing total. And Lucrin is asleep at the moment. Sarah.
No. I was just thinking about how he said he sold his music away, so I was like, I'm gonna fight him with music then. Maybe it'll make him happy and chill.
I wipe a little bit more of the paint that's still on me off of me. And I put my hand on the blade and I smear, and what I think about is the feeling I had when I held the void blade in my hand. And how, like, profoundly unright, and how I completely understood the dichotomy of living in the worst you can be and the best you could be at the same time. And I imagine that sensation with this blade.
Okay. I'm gonna say, I think the blade might feel a bit more powerful, but you don't get anywhere near the same feeling of like the void blade holding it. That's something
That's
else.
fair. That's fair. Because what I want to do then is take the blade and cut back down on the canvas again. But this time I am imagining him in his righteous feeling. I'm putting all of my anxiety and fear and doubt, and every time that I held that necklace that said I was forgiven and I didn't feel forgiven, it felt like a weight crushing me. I put that feeling into this hit and basically making him doubt his resolve to push forward with this idea. I'm trying to cut off his sight to the long the long vision, and then make him doubt everything he ever saw when he was looking there in the first place. And I put like all of the worst parts of myself, that feeling, into it.
Okay.
So he can understand what I'm fighting for and still feeling that.
Okay. All right, so slashing down into the painting, go ahead and make an attack roll.
14?
Yeah, that one. And then do a d10 and add a d4.
Do a d10 and add a d4. 7.
Okay. So, slashing into this painting, trying to cut away ideas from his mind, cutting into his very ideas. You see him in the corner of your eye as he's sort of in the middle of slumping down. You just see him like wince again and kind of hold his head as his eyes snap open.
Oh shit, I forgot when they sleep. Damn, let me wait. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. That was
right.
What?
16? Or what would you
7.
say? 7.
I'm sorry.
Wait, did you hit him?
Oh, that's okay.
I hit the painting, but I sent him a psychic damage of like doubting his resolve.
Yeah, it's aimed at him. Okay. With him awake.
Sorry, I forgot. I'm so sorry.
Nope, that's all right.
Oh, I should have left him asleep.
One of us is gonna have to do it eventually.
Yeah, he was going to have to be woken up or get hit.
I should have given it longer.
You should have healed yourself a little bit. That's okay. This is cool though. It was really cool.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
no.
sorry.
It was never gonna last.
I forgot that was a thing. It's not I don't know my spells super well.
Okay. Okay, with the storm still actually above you on the ceiling here, he takes his brush with some white paint, and he just sort of jabs a bunch up into the air, a bunch of little white dots, which then turn into hail and rain down on you guys. So this is just going to be attack rolls on each of you. Alright. Okay, Anashura, it's a 14.
I messed up, I guess.
Sorry, going where Zenoa is a 17. So that's going to hit. Valen is a 15, which will hit.
Yep.
Rowan is a 9, and Stoic is a 13. So that's Zenoa and Valen that hit.
It's 15's all over ACs right now, right?
Is this like a volley of arrows that
It's hail.
hail?
It's hail.
Hail.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We're trying to catch it.
Does I imagine myself?
Is this a projectile?
I caught one.
Okay, getting pummeled. That is 17 bludgeoning damage.
That I healed.
The others just miss. As you're able to dodge out of the way of the hail that is now pummeling into the ground with hard thunks and shattering and denting the wood. Stoic.
Okay. Let's see what this world will let me do. I'm going to grab the lantern.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to run straight down until the lion and the dude are in a straight line in front of me.
Okay.
Yep. And then I'm going to pull the glass off of the lantern,
Mm-hmm.
and I am going to imagine like a dragon flame serpent going straight, and I'm going to blow on the fire and pray that it just goes
Let me see.
in a straight line.
Heck yeah.
So no one-
Okay. So, alright. So with a dragon type of breath, type of fire, it is going to be conical. So that's actually going to
I was
be...
hoping for a straight line, not a cone.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
I'm going to say you could probably get far enough. I'm giving you a little bit of... So I think I'm going to say it's going to barely miss Zenoa, because it's missing the center of her thing, but it's going to hit Asura.
In my mind's eye, she's fireproof, so let me roll. Sorry if this doesn't work.
Okay.
Do I still have my fire resistance?
Alright, go ahead and roll 3d6. And no.
Oh, I was like, I'm still a
Oh.
tiefling.
That was a great roll. It's 8.
Okay. He's going to... Okay.
Do I roll anything?
So, yeah, go ahead and make a dex save.
That's a natural 20.
Okay.
So 30.
Jeez.
Is that all on the same die?
No,
No.
different
Oh,
die.
okay.
Alright, so you will take half damage at 4.
Your dice are like, this is our fight, though. We understand this.
Lucrin succeeds. He's going to take 4. The lion does not succeed. And as you blow this fire over this creature made of paint, it suddenly erupts in fire. So you have a burning lion in front of you at the moment.
I mean, I know not to use fire in zombie fights because, like, the only worse than a zombie coming after you is a zombie on
But I mean,
fire.
especially if this is oil paint, you just lit oil on fire.
I mean, I had intended to light some stuff on fire, but, like, I thought it might kill him if I lit him on fire.
We'll see.
Yeah, we
We
will
don't know.
see.
We don't know what's going to happen. Heck yeah. All right. Zenoa. You're opening the book?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know. Am I?
Well, first, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Which you're great at.
I am good at that. Oh, well. The big plus, 14.
Okay. You open this book, and it's not just a book, it is knowledge itself somehow stored in a book. And it's like your mind, not being fully of this world, is not able to comprehend this. You are suddenly assaulted with knowledge so vast you can't even comprehend what you're seeing or feeling or understanding. But at the moment, you are totally lost in this book at the moment. So you are, at the moment, incapacitated.
Well, knowledge domain clerics, what are you gonna do?
So much knowledge.
That was a big save to be able to read it. That's a very crazy item. Rowan.
Written by Anonymous.
Dang.
No, written by
Citrus, it's always citrus.
written by abandoned account, like in like the old like AO3 accounts.
I was this close.
I'm gonna stick with this music thing. I'm gonna trace.
Bard multiclass.
I'm gonna trace in the air as I remember a moment where we were all around the campfire one night and someone tripped and spilled something all over themselves, and we all laughed and enjoyed the moment, even though there was a mistake that happened, and just send forth the laughter of that moment.
Okay, interesting. I'm gonna make this we'll call it a wisdom save. Against this sort of illusory force, so to speak. That is a 14, so that's gonna fail.
Ooh.
So he, with the force of this and this image of like tripping, you actually see him fall backwards suddenly as this song kind of barrels into him, and he trips back over his painting, landing on it. I want you to roll 2d6 bludgeoning.
11.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah, 5 and a 6.
Heck yeah. And he is prone.
Oh my gosh.
On the canvas, light it on fire.
All right, Valen.
All right. So what I want to do is run my hand across the thing the paint's on, not the paintbrush, but the bristle. What's the thing the paint actually is on?
I think that's right.
Is it bristle? Okay.
Yeah.
The word just escaped me for a minute. And streak it across just into the air, and essentially trying to create a staff
Okay.
with the paint.
So just like a Sura, you streak it, and as you grab it, it suddenly becomes solid, like solid wood in your hand.
Okay, so my old staff that I had before the whole, monarch thing, had a phrase on it in Elven or Elvish, Wuted tel Aera ath vian Ariel, which means find the song of your heart. This one actually has Sal Melentu tel Aer ath Salin Ariel, which is I know the song of my heart. And so as I whip it out, I kind of just point it almost like a gun towards our homie over here on the ground, and the pulse starts from one end and work its way all the way up, and basically trying to shoot a what's it called? I essentially use the gift of the Gem Dragon, where I do 2d8 force damage to a creature, like the attack, I guess.
The song of your heart.
Okay. So roll an attack roll disadvantage because you're at range and he's prone.
Yep. Would I be able to go? I mean, I got plenty of movement. Can I go stand over top of him?
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it'll probably still be at disadvantage.
Not if he's prone.
Not if you're just attacking him right
Okay.
there. Like if you're right out there, he's
Okay.
Yeah, from distance is where you get the disadvantage. But if you're
So this would be with advantage if you're if you're in melee.
Yep. 19.
Okay. All
Right. 6 points of damage.
6?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. All right. So basically just standing right at him and pummeling him with these kind of concentrated balls of paint into him, and you can hear like a cracking sound as it pummels into him as he's trying to recover from the trip. Very nice.
Okay, I'm gonna back up just a little bit because I'm still a little hurt, so don't need to stay right there.
Where are you moving?
Let's just, yeah, right there. That works. I was gonna say 10 feet in that direction.
Okay, so you're gonna take an opportunity.
Yep. At disadvantage, right? Because he's prone.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is actually gonna do? At disadvantage is still an 18.
Okay, that
So
hits.
what he's actually gonna do is similar to you. It's like he takes it with like a whip or a rope of some sort. And basically, as he's laying on the ground, whips it around your legs, causing you to trip and knock you prone.
So no saving throw or anything, just...
No, in lieu of damage. I'm
Okay,
basically just
gotcha.
doing that.
Okay.
Okay, that brings us to him. Alright, he's going to stand up.
So I didn't get any movement at all. I'm still beside just...
Yeah, that
Okay.
would have wiped out your
Yep,
movement.
cool.
Okay, he is... Alright, well first, the Flaming Lion.
Yes, I am.
Alright,
It's my nickname in high school.
okay, so he's going to make a couple of swipes at
I'm
Zanoma.
His curls slightly gleam in the firelight.
Yeah, those are both going to hit. Which is going to do...
Where are you right now?
My God.
No.
Oh, I'm like
So that's
what half?
23 damage, including the additional fire damage.
Not anymore.
And then the second one, 20. But then with the heat of the flames, the lion loses form and then just sort of collapses. So there's now a puddle of flaming. I'm going to keep it on here, but it is for the visual reference. But it's now a puddle of flaming paint in the middle of the room here.
Damn, I had an idea too.
With the lion?
Way back, yeah. Remember way back when you had a fan?
Yeah.
I was gonna try and blow the lion into the painting with the dude.
Oh, man. The good old days.
I miss that fan.
It was good. Made good use of that.
Okay. He is going to... So he is going to reach behind him with this kind of sweeping upward motion, with this, this blue paint kind of streaming behind him, which then takes shape into a wave, which then goes past and is going to basically sweep across you guys through the room.
Does it put out the puddle fire?
Yes.
We no longer have
It
a puddle
ignites more.
Alright, let's make this a strength saving throw.
fire. Oh god, I'm really strong. Oh no.
This is for everybody, right? Guys.
That doesn't
No key points, right?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
That's about what it took.
That's right. This is the first time I've rolled below 10. That die was doing really good until this point.
I switched up and I regret my decision.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
11.
Fail.
Nat 20.
Succeed.
12.
Fail.
12.
17.
Succeed.
Woo! Because
so
my save is plus 14.
for those of you who failed, that is 19 bludgeoning damage, and for those of you who succeeded, 9. And you guys are all going to be swept. Let me see if any of this applies.
I love that my health's like, whoop.
Yep,
whoop,
actually, and
whoop, whoop.
Rowan and Stoic actually take an additional 8 damage as you are shoved against the wall, like slammed into the wall over there.
Yep. I'm okay. 38. I got more than you.
I'm down in the teens now.
Oh, you'll be fine.
You're right there with us.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
I have the most hit points right now.
By
Yes.
far. By far and away.
It's your moment.
Scary. This is bad.
You got
And
this, Sarah.
Kasura, the new meta.
Oh god.
I've seen it.
In this world, I'm finally strong.
I've seen that meta in League. Yeah.
Yep. And you succeeded. You succeeded.
I failed.
You failed. Alright, you're going to be prone as well. Okay. And Stoic failed, so he's prone. Rowan, you failed too, right?
Yep. Got flung against the wall.
So, everybody except Zenoa is prone.
Yep.
Alright, Asura?
I get up because I don't want to be prone,
Okay.
and I'm just gonna wipe because imagine there's still like puddles of the paint still around me. I bring my hands up and I flick out to create like these like giant wings behind me, and I think about finding out about my grandmother, about my maternal bloodline. I think about that radiating warmth that was around me when I was in that place that like healed me up. But most importantly, I think about how each one of these people have touched me in such a in like such a way that has like made me feel like a warmer, happier, safer person. And I imagine that each person around me is my wings, and I like radiate them outward as a way of like warming the room of the people that I love the most, as like a protection. To protect those who
Okay.
loved me, I protect them back. Thanks to this new divine skill that I have.
Okay. So, so with this, I'm going to say there will be some measure of protection added, potentially.
Okay.
Okay. Is that all you're doing?
Because I don't have any other actions I can take other than I can move a little bit further forward.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move back closer to him again to kind of get up in his shit.
Okay.
And I just look into his. I just like stared like into his eyes, but like it's not because I know. I imagine every person whose eyes I ever looked through, because the enormity of eyes this whole time for me has been they're like windows to the soul. And every time I've done my eyes to someone else, it's because I'm masking my vision to see into them, to like reflect them back to themselves. This is the first time I stare at him and I like open mine to myself so that he can see me. But I want him to see the imagination that I hold, the worlds that I have created in my own mind that I had the opportunity to make without his interference, without his magical surrealism. Like, I built beautiful worlds for myself in a world that was supposed to be fucked up. And I just let him, like, I unmasked the curtain from my own sight so that he can see into my eyes. I'm very vulnerable in front of him.
So at the end of your turn, as you do that, he says, he looks, returning your gaze as you see his eyes are dark and kind of shifting in a strange way. And you see, and he looks into your eyes and he says, Oh, I see them all, and I'll consume them too. Let me show you. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Why did you say it like that? Gosh.
Yeah, 20.
Wow.
Your dice have been my allies tonight, so 30.
I mean, it's the finale. It's now or never.
I'm here.
I
Okay,
So-
sorry, I cannot see it.
I'm so dark.
Yeah.
No vision you are.
This was a dark
Narrowly,
room.
Oh,
you dodge to the side as he thrusts his hand out at you, and you see a bolt of dark fire fire past you and plant into the side of the cottage and burn.
Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God.
Stoic.
All right, I'm assuming my lantern is out, but is it still there?
I mean, you still got the empty lantern, the glass that you took
Okay.
off of it, yeah.
Okay, but I know the flame's out, but is the base still filled with oil?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna swipe a little bit of paint on my fingers and try to snap to relight the lantern.
Okay.
And if it relights, I'm just gonna look at him and so it's a war of fire, is it? And I'm going to throw that thing at his feet
Okay.
where he's still standing on the oil-based painting.
Okay. All right. Let's make this an attack. Attack. Just roll a d20.
Molotov cocktail.
16.
Okay. 16. So as you do that, and the burning oil crashes and splatters him and Asura.
Sorry.
Go ahead, roll
She likes
2d6 for me.
not today.
Not today. I don't have resistance.
7.
Okay. So 7.
Do I take the same
Yeah,
amount?
you do.
Okay.
It's fine.
As you see the fire flare up around him and see him grimace in the heat, as Asura also grimaces uncharacteristically in the fire.
Still better than all of us?
Why is it so hot?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
A 69.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, we're all down in the 20s or below.
Yeah.
This is the only time in my life I've ever had more hit points in here.
I started at like 125.
I was at 122.
In this room, I started
I
at
was
122.
122 when we started
jeez.
all of our fights. I was at 108 when we started this fight.
Is it igniting the
Which is
his
good, I
painting
can
and
take
everything
the
around him
line.
too? Yes.
Incredible.
And he just standing in the flame still for a second. He just makes eye contact with you and says, "All right,
Shit. Shit.
make a dexterity save."
Oh my god.
No.
Why are we doing this now? Why?
Come on. The dice hated us last week. They love us
Oh, you're
tonight.
good at this.
Oh, not good enough.
Well, maybe.
14.
That is not going to do
I
it.
didn't think so.
Oh God.
All right.
Please let my protection be enough for you.
Girls.
It is going to affect it.
Dark fire. What is that called? You know Naruto fan?
I've watched the original Nash Shippuden, but yes.
Oh, so you don't know Sasuke's Black Fire. Like there's a name for it, I can't remember what it's
I
called.
started Shippuden.
It's the book of the anime. I see the bond was
So,
Oh, really?
with her protection, the immediate damage is halved to 15. But it almost doesn't matter because as dark fire itself hits you, you immediately take fire with this dark fire, and you feel not just your body, but your soul itself begin to burn.
Oh shit! Put it out.
There is no words to describe the pain that you are feeling. It is utter agony itself, and you can feel not just the pain, but you can feel being pulled into him, becoming part of him. You realize the idea that fire eats or consumes something, in his case, is more literal. The fire itself is him consuming things. And he is now consuming you.
There's not much of me left. I'm down to 2 points.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Zanoa,
Am I good?
what are you doing?
I can do stuff? I'm not wigging?
Oh,
okay.
yeah. Well, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Come on, dice. Come on, dice.
Which one should I make?
I forgot.
The one that
Give me
rolled a 20.
Sarian.
What?
Give me Sarian. Okay. A wisdom, 26.
That'll do it.
Baby girl.
So you snap out
Baby
of
girl's
it,
been treating me good tonight.
realizing if you hold on to this book, it might be a problem. So do you want to drop it? Or do you wanna
Just me
keep trying
touching
to-
it or
do you wanna
looking
keep
at it?
trying to look at it?
No, not right now.
Okay.
Can I hold on to it and it'll hurt me, or?
You're not sure.
Okay, well, where am I? Has he acted bothered by it at all? He hasn't seemed like
The
it's
book?
bothered him. Yeah,
No.
yeah. I'll just set it down for now.
Okay. So you drop it.
Okay, I'm gonna look at what's happening around me, and I don't like it. And I think I just Zanoa. She looks at her buddies. She's just got out of trying to attempt to read a book that is clearly not meant for her, but she's replaying what this guy said in her head and how it's just not. It's not conducive. It doesn't make sense to her reality. And when we originally looked at the painting, It's a Night Sky. Did he paint a moon on it?
No.
That's what I thought. In this moment, she is going to swipe with the paint that's left over on her, some white paint, with her hands, and actually, I guess she could put it on the tip of the whip that she has now. And she's just gonna think of the only person that she knows, the only deity that could put out any sort of fire is the deity of winter. And she wants this guy to see just a glimpse of the redemption, the restoration, and the healing that she had never known until her. She wants him to see just a little bit of it. And she's going to take that white paint and use the whip it straight into the sky. And she wants to form a moon. Paint a moon into this, the room. In hopes of, basically just in hopes of restore, whoever Ildris can restore in here, she's just using whatever energies that she has, the healing and the restoration that she has known as she looks to her friends.
So, are you trying to do something to him, or to Stoic, or to what specifically are you trying to do?
I'm not trying to hurt the bad guy. I'm trying to help my friends.
Okay.
I'm looking at Stoic. I don't know what is going on there, and I don't know if I've ever actually seen
It's
that
like my
happen.
black chest hair came alive. It's all
Okay.
You know,
these black tendrils of
we'll
like
let him consume you now, okay? It's fine.
You essentially see him on fire with dark fire, his eyes basically rolled back, his jaw agape, no scream. It's like it's gone beyond expressions of pain.
I'm literally talking to Ildris saying, I know you're the one that puts out fire.
Okay.
So to me, so
Okay.
yeah. If I'm here, I know you're here, so
All right.
do what you do.
Do a wisdom check. Just a wisdom. Add your wisdom modifier.
Okay. It's really low. My check is a plus 10.
A 10. So you part of the storm, and you see the image of this moon appear as the paint takes form up there, and you feel almost a flicker of the fire for a second, but it is not enough.
Okay.
This is something from a being who is before the gods. It's not easy to deal with.
Okay, and then I move. I will. Is there paint just everywhere, like in the floor?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll move. Let's see. Kind of over towards these stairs. Yeah.
Okay.
So I can at least see the guy.
Okay. All right. Rowan?
My idea seems stupid now.
Literally, there have never been a. There's no.
We're all trying.
Yeah, we're
We're trying.
We are just trying to letting our imaginations run with us and hope that we're doing something worthwhile. This is truly a fight of boundless thought.
Mm-hmm.
Well, everything changed because I was getting consumed by dark fire. I was also thinking about doing something.
I tried. I just rolled low, so you can try and roll high. And it'll be good.
I am going to. I know he just left, but I am going to take the paint and smear it across my lips, and then blow a kiss to the stoic and try and take on his burden.
What?
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Let's make this a charisma check.
I have no charisma. Nat 20.
We're busting out the nat 20
Yeah.
for this.
Truly, the universe said bet.
Is it like 8 right now, I think?
This has been Listen, I was rolling so weird last time.
I think we all were. It was not looking good last.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
It's a weird energy in this room.
So with the smearing the paint and like rolling over, seeing Stoic burning with this substance you know is one of the worst things that's ever, perhaps the worst thing ever been created. With a kiss, you're able to take the dark fire on yourself. And now you are burning and feeling the exact same thing he does. As your back arches, your eyes roll back, you lose all semblance of everything you knew and was and were, as you are suffering beyond what anyone was meant to suffer.
Please let my protection do something.
26 damage.
Does my protection help her at all?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say so. 13. We'll make it 13.
25. But you're at 2 if you die and get sucked in.
So, you feel this, that basically with a kiss, she has taken the fire off of you herself. Still reeling for a moment from an experience perhaps worse than any mortal has felt and escaped, at least. Valen.
All right. So much has changed in the few minutes that I have a plan, so we're going to pivot. I at least have some experience with Darkfire, obviously, and I know that's something that I don't want anyone else to experience.
We're sucking it from each other.
I'm not going to do that. I do not have the HP to take that on.
You're also prone, by the way.
Okay, I'll stand up.
Tip up.
How much do I remember about my experience with Alanya and having the redemption process go through? Do I really remember basically all of it, like the pain and the agony that I went through, and what she did to heal me, redeem me?
I mean, it happened in a moment. I mean, it's. I mean, do you remember it? Sorta.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, not in great detail, but because you were half there.
Yeah.
And it's kind of an indescribable process to begin with.
Well, because what I would like to do is, I know I can't. Well, I mean, it's imagination.
Try stuff.
Yeah, can I try to, on the end of my staff, imagine the shard that she used to pierce my soul, and have that form on the end of my staff?
Okay. All right. So, with another bit of paint, almost taking on a multicolored swirl, it coalesces into a point at the end of your staff.
Now, can I go over to Rowan and try to siphon off the dark fire into my staff, into that shard? Or would I have to stab her to remove it?
Roll an intelligence check.
I am not smart, so 3. I think that one's out. That's the second 3 in a row out of you.
You have no idea if it'll work or not.
Okay. Well, don't want her on fire. Going to try it anyway. Going to give it a shot because I don't want her to be dealing with that.
Okay.
I might try to decide if I'm just gonna go stab her and go, okay, let's bring it in. Because that's what saves me. Let's not. We won't go that severe just yet. Let's go. I'm just going to imagine like the fire siphoning off of her into my staff through the through the shard.
Okay. Let's do a wisdom check for this.
Okay. 16.
A 16. Let me check something here. Okay. So, with this, you imagine what's happening, but the heart shard that she used is something sort of beyond understanding, and so is Darkfire. So you are able to successfully draw it off of Rowan, but it goes all the way up your staff and onto your hands.
Is that my full action?
Yes, because you're not going to be able to do anything else now.
Okay, cool.
You
Please let my protection do something for him.
experiencing what they experienced.
Oh God.
I'm going down whatever this is.
No.
27, half to 13.
Yeah, I had 7.
So, Fallon takes the fire onto himself and goes down. His hands now burning, and the staff burning. Which brings us to Lucrin. So, Lucrin is going to take some brown paint, and with a number of jabs around himself, he kind of paints a sort of wide arc of cracks, which he then shoves his hand forward, and you feel an earthquake emanate out from him as it suddenly jars a number of you. So for the earthquake, the people who are prone are going to fail automatically.
Is anyone still
For
prone?
Zanoa and Asura, I need you to make, this would be,
Dex?
yeah, we'll do Dex.
27.
Okay, that'll succeed.
32.
Damn!
So that is 9 damage to the people who are prone, you and Rowan.
But I got up and through the fire.
Yeah.
You got knocked back from the wave and knocked prone.
Yeah, and
That
then
was
I
his
He got
then-
back up.
Then I got up and I threw the fire at him.
Yeah, because then that's when you threw
he
the
got-
dark fire
yeah.
back at him.
Yep, he got lit on
He
fire.
had walked over there with the fire.
And then the kiss got down.
Okay, I thought that was before. Maybe I just-
No.
No.
None of us have been prone
yeah,
right now.
everyone's got. I mean,
Just me. I
regardless.
never got
In
up.
that case, make a dexterity saving.
Yeah,
throw.
regardless, it's gonna kill me. But I just. That is
Rowan, you
19.
take 9.
26.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Natural
So
19.
succeed. So you take 4. You take 4.
Still kills me.
Oh god!
4 is a success.
Take 2 death fails, right? Or if that even matters right now.
No, it's 1.
Oh, just 1. Okay.
And I'm down.
It's not a critical.
Oh, that's right. It's a critical.
So Stoic goes down.
I had a plan to rescue you and everything, man.
That's all right.
Oh, I just pulled it.
All right, Asura.
But I was gonna chop off your ear. I was gonna chop off your ear.
I grab some paint again, swipe it across my eyes, and I imagine Hadressa. And just the sheer infinite knowledge that she seems to always see and hear and know. It's like she was always kind of casting a bit of that shadow with the brim of her hat, so I kind of like build shadow across my face. But I also remember how Shadow had protected me for so long, so I'm using her like vast knowledge and just cunning as like my own form of protection in that moment. And I'm just gonna flick the last bit of that paint. So as I wipe, I just flick it into his face, into his eyes, and I force him to only see what's in my own mind, so that he cannot see anyone or anything else. Everything blinds his vision to my own sight, and what I imagine is everything and anything the history of time has ever taught me. So every story I ever heard, from every traveler I ever knew, everything I've ever seen, like I just bombard his mind with just all of my universe, but I smush it so that it's the only universe he can see. Like I tunnel vision him into my sight, so he can't use his bigness in opposition to my littleness. I force him into my littleness
Okay.
to bring him to my level.
All right, I'm gonna make this the wisdom
I
save.
mean, I knew healing stats. Okay.
It's a 6.
Yeah, basically I make his brain as small as mine. Like his mind and his ability to know things as small as mine.
Roll.
He keeps talking about how big his mind is and how vast
No.
he is. I'm just
I'm gonna give you the option.
Yeah.
You can either try for a bigger damage roll, or you can do a little bit of damage and try to blind him.
Ooh.
I mean, going from a god to a human, wouldn't that be enfeeblement?
Which one should I do?
Whatever you want.
I'm unconscious though.
I have no concept of like what the damage is doing to him,
Yeah.
and if it does anything at all to him.
Do a bunch of
Looks like
damage.
it hurts. I mean,
But I don't know how much damage like we've been doing because he doesn't look like
don't know.
Damage him.
damage him. I want to fuck him up.
Yep.
Go
Try
big.
1,000 cuts, man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, roll 2d8. This will be psychic damage.
Both eights. Both eights.
Yep.
6.
6. So, as you picture Hadressa trying to channel that seemingly all-knowing, not just all-knowing, but sheer will that she seems to represent, forcing it down on him with everything that you believe and love, and just trying to, by sheer force of will, resist this seemingly irresistible force of nature, beyond nature, that Lucrin is. You see him grunt and go down hard to one knee, and he just looks up at you and says, "My time is here." You
I don't know.
suddenly find yourself back in the ocean.
What?
Right where you guys were. As you, again, a kraken, everyone else, let's see, Stoic and Valen. As you return to this state, you have 1 hit point.
Y'all have one.
We have 1 hit point. Yes.
As you feel the effects of everything that just happened, but
Right.
it's not completely. It's hard to explain what just happened exactly, but it definitely affected you.
Still.
You feel as the crystal around Selena flares up, almost dominating the sight of everything around you. You know he is about to emerge, and you've got 1 chance
Oh my god.
to do something about it.
Okay.
Shoot.
I'm
So at the top of this round, starting it over,
yeah.
Two.
Farian is going to go.
Wait, are we in the old initiative or are we in our initiative that we are now?
I thought he said
We are in the
Stop it.
current. We're gonna. I forgot what the old initiative is.
Kill the
We're
bad
gonna
fair.
do you're gonna use the new initiative.
Varian,
Okay.
Yeah.
or kill.
Because like
You are
it's like
back
a ritual
into
that
your-
he's performed.
You are back into your normal
Yeah, we need
state.
him dead.
Right.
You're
fair
back
enough.
into
Yeah.
your,
Yeah.
your normal state
Mm-hmm.
with all your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You've got 1 round to try and deal with this.
Deal with the crystal or deal with Farian?
Well, as far as we know,
Deal
as long
with.
as we kill Farian, like, that is what then it stops everything. That's what we've been told by Farian.
Right.
As our knowledge.
Possibly.
Okay. That's what I'm
So,
Can I ask a question? I lost 34 hit points just because my necklace wasn't attuned to me. Do I get those back now that it is back
Yes.
attuned to me? Okay, thank you.
okay. 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 Okay, let me get back to switching gears here for a second. Actually, let's go ahead and take a break.
Yeah, okay.
No joke.
I mean, that's all I got.
joke.
yeah.
It's
Let's go
not
for it.
down the hill. It's down.
Oh man. Okay. That was dope. That was awesome.
The imagination fight was so fun!
That was
This is the
amazing.
fight you've been asking for the whole time.
I can't do shit with mechanics.
Monologuing every turn.
Let my brain just do something.
Look, the amount of times that Tara's like, hey, so can I do this? He's like, no, you can't do that. But now it's like,
He's
can
like,
I do this?
yeah,
Go for it. Can you imagine it?
Yep.
Have at it.
I feel like I could have been even more creative.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But I really like the idea of fucking with this man's brain. Something about that felt right, and I was like, I was gonna fuck his brain.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. All right. 10 minutes. And then you got one round.
Oh
And
god.
save the universe.
I really did kind of want to cut off your hand, though.
No, I thought about it. I thought about just turning around and just slicing his hands off.
What is our initiative? Is it? Are we
It's
gonna
the
roll again?
It's the same.
It's the same.
We're gonna use
So
the same one we've been using.
Are we starting at you?
No, we're
No,
starting
top of initiative.
Varian.
Start with
Then-
Varian.
And then over you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then go
And then-
how we
and
were
then
doing.
Working
Yeah.
out order, yeah.
And then me, and then him.
Wait, how many turns did he have in a round? Do you remember?
Yeah, he can do.
Three?
He's legendary.
He
Yeah,
is
he has
legendary.
legendaries. We don't know
What does
how
that
many.
mean? 3?
That means he was doing something between.
All right. We'll be right back.
Almost
About
every
10
other
minutes.
Bye.
person. Oh my god.
You're not out of the circle because we don't love you.
As we come back on stream. Got weird, guys.
Kumbaya.
Yeah, you don't know this, but when we're not on stream, it is just super toxic. Okay. One round to rule them all. This is it. Iron Varian and the baddies go first.
Oh, and the baddies.
Oh no.
Yep. Like we said, we're gonna have a plan, and then
We'll forget something.
and then Varian goes first.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a plan, and then Varian is gonna use a
Get all
bonus
of our stuff,
action
right?
to teleport.
No.
Well,
Because it's not a spell for him, this is an ability. To use his phase step. And I'm
Yeah.
gonna see what direction he goes here. Sorry, I can't count.
The story of my life.
Yeah. Okay. So, suddenly, in a poof of misty kind of bubbles, Varian disappears out of the grasp of the Kraken and reappears over here.
Wait, where is he? Okay, I see.
He then turns and points a finger at the Kraken. This is an important question.
Yeah,
How many hit points do you have left?
Oh no.
124.
Let's go.
As a Kraken, then 65.
65 hit points as a person.
Okay.
Finger of death.
He points a finger and utters a single word.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
A power word, kill. And because you are over 100 points, it has no effect.
Let's go.
Otherwise, you would have died, even with the polymorph.
She would have died.
So,
Sucker. It's fine.
he just goes, and then the Fae, the Nereids are gonna go.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay.
they have to miss.
They're all gonna miss.
They're all gonna
Okay.
They're all gonna miss.
Oh, we're back to our regular AC, so that's good.
So,
Yeah.
It's not much difference for me.
first one down at the bottom is gonna attack Zenoa.
Silvery barbs.
Okay.
I'm giving you advantage
Oh what?
in case you would need to.
Is that your
Do
last one?
anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that disadvantage on that too?
Yeah. A disadvantage for him, and then advantage to Stoic.
Do you have
And
one
to
of
Stoke.
those?
Okay.
Would you
Oh,
rather,
wait,
Would
wait.
you rather use silver bulbs on one of them because they have 1 HP?
You each have
they
one
could
hit
go.
point.
They could go down. I might could take a hit.
Yeah, but you will pop us back up. You'll pop them back up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna pop up
I don't
immediately,
know
and
the-
she's gonna give you enough
I know,
health.
just the-
It'll be fine.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not gonna give it to you because I don't think it works on counterspell. So I'm gonna give it to you.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that's a 12 to hit.
Boo. You
Misses.
suck.
All right. So this one's gonna swim up. Gonna try to hit Valen.
Mm-hmm.
Miss. What's your AC?
21.
Me too.
Your AC is 21.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 23.
Okay.
Oh no.
It's okay because you're gonna
Yeah,
pop
yeah,
them back
yeah,
up.
it's
Yep.
fine.
You sure? You're gonna bring that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's her turn.
Okay.
It's
so that's
okay.
gonna be
It's before.
6 acid
No,
damage.
it's before.
Okay.
Are you still up?
It's
Oh, no,
before.
I'm down.
It's on her
Okay.
turn.
So Valen goes down. 6 acid damage.
Yeah. It's fine.
And then this one is going to attack Stoic.
And it's gonna be fine.
Mm-hmm.
We love being attacked. It's our favorite thing.
You immediately pop up though if you
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I need that pop up.
That's a 16.
That misses.
Barely.
Let's go! Barely!
Sunshine!
John, I love you so much!
whips around and gets in,
Oh my
in
God.
between its mouth as it hacks acid out at you.
Oh, I needed that.
He needed a dub.
Okay, Asura.
Legendary action immediately as soon as I felt that like death trying to wash over me. I snatch that fucking flower
Okay.
and do immediately 2 strikes with my
Do it.
thingamabobs.
Yep.
Good.
Thank you. First one's a nat 20. Let's go!
That's like your 9th one tonight.
And it's a different dice. I've rolled different dice for all of these. So that's gonna be 5, 6, 7, 8. So 16 plus 7 damage.
16 plus 7?
Yeah,
23.
23 damage on that first hit.
Okay.
That's only gonna be 19 on the second one.
Yep.
So that's gonna be 6, 5, 11 plus 7 is 18 damage to the second hit.
18. It is still there.
Yep.
It is looking rough, but it is still there.
And I immediately swim up to the crystal, drop polymorph.
Okay.
Bonus action, scream, because now I'm in my state. Because that ended my legendary action.
Yep.
So I'm using my shit now. Immediately scream, and you feel like the pressure of thaumaturgy running through my scream as I command you to heal everybody here right now. All of us. And for my action, I hold out the blade, the void blade, and I touch it to the crystal. And the minute something happens, whether that means anybody pushes through or a rift opens, I seal and lock it all back in.
Well, I mean, it's opening.
If we
Are you
cannot,
waiting until he dies? What do
yeah,
you
if
Okay.
Varian dies, so like basically at the end of the turn, Varian is either dead or I am destroying this crystal.
Okay.
And I'm staring straight at Selena when I do this. Underwater, you cannot see me crying.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I am staring at her and I am begging the universe, if it ever gave a shit about me in it, it would save her. She did nothing wrong to deserve this life. But I am ready to go. And there is no hesitation in me. Like, you see, like,
Okay.
acid in my eyes. I am ready to go. You have immediate action.
Okay. I don't even know how to describe this. Yeah, she pulls. It's hard to describe it because we're underwater, so there's no tears. There's no, like, all the power that she has ever held within herself unleashes in this space. That's it. And I'm going to cast Mass Heal 9th level.
Oh, yeah. All right. Okay. So, Mass Heals, a 9th level spell. You
Correct.
restore up to 700 hit points,
Yep.
divided as you choose.
So I need 132.
Take it.
Take it.
Oh, no, wait. I need 86, sorry.
Take all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
That's all
I
she
need.
needs.
Yeah.
That's
So
full.
86 and then whoever else.
I think
All
that
right.
will get everyone up, to be honest.
Because I'm at I need 190.
Do the math for me,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I can't do
And I
anything
need
right now.
Double check.
156.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. you
Yeah,
don't-
we have more than
I'm
that.
pretty sure you don't have 700 combined.
Yeah.
That's true.
700 is
Everyone
crazy.
everyone
Yeah.
just put like 100 in and you're gonna heal.
Mass Hill is a complete reset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
So everyone
Yeah.
heal max.
Yeah, everyone heal max.
We're
You now that you're
right?
in your normal
Everyone's
form,
max.
which is amazing.
Yeah,
Yep.
everyone
Yep.
heals back to max, including you.
Amazing.
With a gurgly scream
Yeah.
and water.
Because like it wasn't even a scream; it was just like pressure. It's what you heard coming through.
Oh, well, now I don't. I guess I didn't need that pop up, did I?
I don't know how science
You-
I
works.
didn't
you-
realize
that's
that.
what
But I was
that
saying that
badass.
is
No,
that on
you
your
needed it
turn.
in case
Badass
you got
spell.
hit on
Yeah.
on that go.
Yeah.
I don't know how science works, but in my mind, like, the water around her almost solidifies for a moment with ice. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it.
Heck yeah.
Cool.
We feel that like cool like jet
So-
stream.
White eyes.
Yeah.
You do. You feel that just like this intense cold wash over all of you. And for a moment, there's a panic, but then strangely the cold, that is normally uncomfortable or even painful at this level of cold, is refreshing as it washes over you, stronger than any of the sort of healing power you have ever felt. And you feel all your wounds close, all your injuries heal. You feel like new.
And she just, like, she's not speaking, but in her mind she is praying and just thanking her girl.
Okay, that's good. At the end of your turn,
Oh, you baby.
You're after a sir, right?
okay. Rowan,
Yes.
at the end of your turn, Farian. Farian whips out. Sorry, I forgot to save.
Yeah, but it'll more. That's the other
Yep,
worry.
Farian just whips out, and you see through the water a thorn, like a long, greater thorn whip out towards you. And that's going to be a 25 to hit.
Heads.
So that's 34 piercing damage.
Okay.
And I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Sure. 10.
And you are restrained.
Oh, yeah, I have lucky.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Oh.
19 plus 6, so 25.
That'll do it.
Let's go.
You
I'm not letting you fail.
Thank you,
As
thank
it
you, thank
tries
you.
to grasp onto you, you are able to shirk to the side and get out of it, preventing you from being restrained.
Amazing. Okay, so that
All right,
changes.
Stoic, what you got?
2.
I'm gonna swim as hard as I can to try and get within 10 feet of Farian.
Okay. Yep, you can get right up to him if you want.
I don't. I want to be within 10 feet.
I don't want to be near.
You are going to take an opportunity attack.
Yep.
Well, which is a natural 20.
It's okay.
Uh-huh.
Now.
Yeah, that's why we were only worried about that bamfing for the
Yeah.
the
Well,
round.
that's why I was worried, because if I lost it, I wasn't gonna have it here.
Yeah.
And I was like, ugh.
That's fair. That's very fair. But you still have the
15 acid damage.
Okay. I'll take that on the chin. And then I make it up to him, right? Or within 10 feet of him.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Using my ring, not a spell slot, I'm going to pop out my wings,
Okay.
my spirit shroud, which adds extra oomph to my Eldritch Blast, which I am then going to fire 3 Eldritch Blasts at him.
Do you
Okay.
have inspiration? Can you add that to this? Like, why does it say that? Because if you do, you need to just
We don't have inspiration.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
we've never used it. I was like, where does it even say that?
The sun may doesn't
Oh,
have it.
I thought it was daytime.
I think he clicked on it probably at one point, and it's just been hanging out there.
It just looks nice.
That's a 13.
Decorative.
That's a 13 to hit.
Nope.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh no, that's an 18 to hit.
18 does not hit.
Oh,
Oh,
my
gosh.
god.
It's 21.
And it's 20.
Okay.
Okay, I get 1 hit
Okay.
because that's a 16. That's a 26. So
Okay.
that hits. Why is everything so bad?
You get that extra damage.
Yeah, it's 16.
16.
Dude, it's
Wait.
Hold
a
on.
mix of cold and force.
Cold and force.
Yeah.
Okay. So you blast into him, and you just see some of that greenish blood just floating in the water around him. He is very rough, but he is still up.
Shit. That's all I got,
Very rough.
guys.
That's another. You're next.
What?
You're the one that's
I would
next.
have hit him
Give me
with
2
2
actions?
shots.
No, you had that
was-
immediate
no,
action.
yeah.
So it
It's
was a
immediate.
reaction.
It was it was basically my
Your
reaction.
action?
It was
Yeah.
my reaction.
Oh, I get another action?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You get a turn.
Yeah.
I get a
That
turn.
was
No, I
my
thought we just changed initiative.
No. That was
Okay.
my bonus action to give you a free action. You
Yeah.
still have your full turn.
Or beginner mastermind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you say whole turn, I don't do bonus action.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it
You
is.
get your full turn. Right?
No, it's
What's happening?
going to be a legendary action
Mhm.
first.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, of course, my bad.
Fuck.
Two. Okay, he is, for his legendary action, he's going to use
I don't
Oh,
know
his
if it'd be reduced
command
because
Fey here.
it's-
He's going to swim up to Stoic.
Anyone
It's
within
underwater.
that circle
You can try.
loses 10 feet of speed. I don't know if that matters.
No,
Yeah.
not in this case.
But he's resistant to radiant.
Yeah, it is.
And I need you to make a Constitution save.
You haven't done it. Have you done any fire damage in water?
No, because I can't let anything up. Because I don't have natural fire.
Oh.
It's only a.
It's magical fire.
Yeah, that might be
you said
fine.
con save?
You go with that. It's up to you.
11.
11. So, the Nereid swims up to you, grasps onto you, and pulls your face into her as she plants her lips right on you and sucks all the air out of your lungs.
Oh God.
She stole my breath and my first kiss.
I stole your first kiss.
That's true. So just your breath.
But mine was just as violent.
You were his first kid?
Yeah.
You're going to
Oh,
take 15
shit.
acid damage,
Okay.
and you now have no breath. So you are in the process of drowning.
Okay.
Zanoa, what you got?
I have a question. Would I know if magical fire works differently than natural fire in water, damage-wise?
I think you'd probably. Well, there are different types of fire in magic, and then there's strength of fire. So, like a cantrip, for example, probably wouldn't work very well. But
Okay.
a high level fireball, maybe, probably. So.
Try it.
How about that? Just
Oh, yeah.
The other one would hit him in the flower.
And if I would do that then, because this one can't take him. I think Carm can't take him
Yeah,
below.
You're right.
And we
Alright,
need
I'll
him
try.
out.
Okay. So, Zanoa is gonna take in her surroundings, and they are underwater, but she wants to essentially defy her surroundings in this moment, and I don't know how it looks in the water, but she essentially creates a crescent, like moon-shaped, half circle to the right of her, starting at the flower, all the way kind of coming into her, but obviously not hitting her. So it's gonna kind of arc, through here, through my buddies, onto him, and just it's coming around because it's cool. And it's moon shaped, so like,
Yeah, kind of like a crazy ass boomerang.
yeah, and she casts Firestorm.
Okay.
Yeah. They're 10 foot.
Yeah, I've got the squares ready
So-
because he has it too. So
Yeah, I didn't want to hit.
I think you're
them.
gonna hit one of them
Oh,
to get it down connected.
Try not to-
okay.
Maybe not me.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So,
No, it's fine.
Okay.
because I'll hit the other person that's attacking him.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So what happens? What is
That
it?
happens.
Save.
It is a dex save.
Okay.
I get dex save.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Nerid definitely fails, and the flower. And Farian, 17.
No.
Let's go.
70-10.
fail.
70-10.
That was his worst roll yet.
How many do you need?
Do you need more D10s?
Yeah, I need 5 more. Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
Sure, one more. D10s is in the
Is that right?
wheelhouse.
7? That's 7. Okay.
These aren't bad.
33 points of fire damage.
33.
Yes.
Okay. How do you want to do this?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I just fire and water. It's almost like your eyes trick you for a minute as you see what's happening. It's like biblical proportion where like Ildris herself like pushes the water out of the way to form like this,
Like an air pocket.
yeah, to form this like, yeah, sickle shaped fire that just wipes right across them.
Heck yeah.
Imagine it's like white fire too. Like it's not even like
Yep.
it doesn't look like real fire. It's like pure white.
Yeah,
With a bluish tint.
that's the hottest
yeah.
kind. It's
Is
the
it-
hottest kind.
Is almost like sheer moonfire as it slashes through all 3 of these creatures. The flower instantly just
Amazing.
instantly vaporizing. The Nerid being charred and on the edge of death as Farian takes the brunt of it, eliminating the 1 hit point he had left for that attack.
Amazing.
As you see him,
Oh my god.
and you see in this last round he has gone sort of mad, like chaotic. He's just sort of let himself go to the worst part of his nature, as he's even sort of laughing silently in the water. You can just see him laughing as the fire slashes into him. And as he's laughing, you just see white fire gout out of his mouth and out of his eyes as he just starts shuddering in the water. You have to cover your eyes from this blinding flash of white light. And as the white light fades, you see just bits of greenish ash floating in the water where Farian, the Prince of Spring, once was.
Let's go.
With that, you see a shimmer around this, around the crystal. And as soon as you see this, and you see this happen to Farian, you try to envision what using this Void Blade was before. The one time you've connected with it and used it, this time imagining healing the veil. This close, you can feel it's not heat, it is something far worse than heat, being this close to all this dark fire. And behind it, you feel, for just the briefest moment, the vastness, the infinite nature of everything that Lucrin is. You know, without hesitation, that if he had come through, there is nothing you could do. It would have been over. There would have been no fight. There would have been nothing. He is beyond. But as that presence is in the process of coming through into this realm which he has been banished from, like a needle, you sew the rift closed.
Let's go.
The dark fire, with a last flash, dissipates, the spiritite surrounding Selena cracks, and unable to withstand the forces of everything that's happening to it, on top of the void blade piercing it, shatters, sending you backwards, tumbling through the water, cutting little bits of you as it does. But the portal is closed. The
Let's
presence
go.
is gone. Lucrin successfully sealed away.
I immediately check my surroundings. Is Selena still there?
Are we still in the water?
As this happens, there is a shimmer. You feel again that familiar shunting pull in your stomach. And you find yourself suddenly dripping wet back in the City of Leaves. A few of you falling some distance, hitting the ground. The Nereid's gone with the destruction of Faeria, and they are dismissed back to the Phalite. And you look up and you see Selena floating slowly downward.
I immediately run to basically I know she's not falling, but brace her fall to the ground.
Yes, she is seemingly in control as she falls. She is also different. But as you do that, as you rush forward as she's floating down, there's this brief fraction of a second in all of your minds where it's once again just a blackness. And you hear two voices. One of them seemingly male, but seemingly the quality and type of voice he has seems to be constantly shifting and changing in a way I'm not going to be able to replicate. And a woman's voice who feels solid and unchanging. And you hear the male just say, "He still hasn't changed, has he?" And she says, "He never will." Such foolishness. So, you interceded again. You never can move on, can you, sister? Not from what is worth preserving. Well, your dreamers succeeded. Yes, they did very well. So you have preserved our universe. But it will change because of this. Of course. Such is our balance. Such is our balance. And you're back in the City of Leaves.
Freaking twin set us message. Holy shit.
Dang.
You begin to understand the voice that you heard from the dreams. The dreams you've been sent came from Ever herself. The conversation so brief and so simple, revealing so much about what's happened. Ever in her nature preserves. She believes in keeping things preserved. She believes in keeping things going, which involves protecting the universe, not seeing it undone. In perfect balance with her brother, Wind, and he implies that the events of this are going to have implications. There are waves that will happen because of everything here. The universe changes. but it is also preserved. Thanks to you and the response to the dreams that called you. Selena drifts down, landing lightly on her feet in front of you. You see, for those of you especially who have not seen her before, in a reminder and a slightly different version of Selena, you see a slender, beautiful young girl, probably late teens, you'd guess. Perhaps? Though you now get this sort of sense of otherworldly timelessness about her that's kind of hard to place. Long, blonde hair with these sort of vivid blue eyes. Her hair kind of with a little bit of a sheen that catches the light with a sort of orangish color that wasn't there before. Her eyes more vivid blue than you saw in her before. Her ears are longer and sharper than what you saw before. Her face sharper in features. And her bearing has changed. Like where once you saw like timidity, a young teenage girl out of a lifetime of abuse now stands with a sort of quiet confidence and a twinkle of mischievousness. And she looks at each of you and walks up to each of all three of you and hugs you.
You cannot vice grip Asura has on Selena, and just like, I'm so happy you're here. I'm so happy you're okay. I was so worried about you. You didn't tell you to call us back. Like I'm just like blubbering.
And she just sort of laughs softly and says, "And who are these?"
Friends.
Hi, I'm Zenoa. Nice to meet you, finally.
Hi,
Rowan.
cousin. It's good to meet you. Friends?
Friends. We lost some along the way. We told you, but
I know. My heart still breaks. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you
it's
too.
good to see you.
Glad you didn't turn into a portal that destroyed the Earth. The world. Not the Earth, what is it?
The reality.
Reality, thank you. That's what I said.
Everything.
Right? That would have been bad. Yeah. I wish it was better circumstances. Although, I guess despite it all, it's not every day that you hear the twins' voice.
Did you hear it too? It was big.
Yeah, that's momentous. Mother told me about them.
How
I
was
think
she?
you might be one of the few. Probably not very many creatures have actually heard their voice ever.
She does have those trees.
As much of an honor as it was, I hope I never hear it again.
At least not in this circumstance.
Yes.
You look different, but somehow more yourself.
Yeah, it's been a strange time. I don't think the Phalite it's different for me. I don't think it's somewhere I am like it is for you. I think it's part of me. Like it creeps into me, or it's like I'm a part of it. I start to know things that I have no reason to know. Like memories being passed down, or instincts waking up. It's like the longer I hear, the more I feel like I've never been anywhere else. It's different.
We're just glad to know that you're safe. What is going on in your realm? We saw visions of a fight, of a war.
Yeah. Well, Mother told me that the veil is falling apart. Or was.
Perhaps not so much these days.
And so lots of things are crossing into other realms that should not. And as for this realm, well, the queens of summer and winter are at war. The courts are designed to be in balance with each other, the four seasons. So when one of them is not here, it throws everything else out of balance. When two of them are here, it's really bad.
Yeah.
You might have noticed there wasn't much of a spring
No.
when you, in your own realm, because that affects the realms are connected a little more than other realms. This one is, and so it would have been very bad for the universe or for the material realm if it had continued.
Yeah. About spring. There is probably going to need to be a new sovereign of spring.
Yes, there is.
Already?
No, there will have to be.
Oh.
Because
I was like, that was fast.
Well, I think we all know a pretty good candidate. He's got his hands tied right now because somebody kind of gave him a job. But,
We fucked over your brother, something terrible. In trying to make things better, we really hurt him.
That would explain a lot. Last time I spoke to him, he seemed different somehow.
It wasn't intentional, but it was cruel nonetheless. We did not think about him when we were making those decisions. And I regret every second of it. And it sits heavy on me.
Well,
maybe we can help him get back here as a kind of redemption.
An apology.
Yeah.
maybe. I think I told you before that I'm starting to understand this realm, and I think understanding the importance of a Fey bargain is starting to sink in. That I don't know that an apology is going to be quite enough, and I suppose that's a conversation for him.
And rightly so, he does not want to speak with us. Because we did not take those bargains seriously.
Mainly me.
Well, if you want to go see him, I'll ask him to at least give you a chance.
I would want to talk to him when we have something worth giving to him, sharing with him. It would be cruel to see him now and ask for some semblance of forgiveness when we do not have the ability to truly mend what was broken.
Well, that's up to you.
Or do you want to go now?
No, not now. I think he still needs some time apart before. I'm sure the wounds, not that they'll ever fade, but I'm sure that they're still very fresh. It was not long ago that I got my feet unbound. So
More time is good.
yeah.
I would say that if you need more time yourself, I understand. I don't think it will change things for him. One of the other things I've begun to understand is that for a true Fae, especially certain kinds, time doesn't have the same effect on us as it does for you. Meaning, for you, I think wounds of the heart tend to get better with time in many cases. But for a Fae, they can hold a grudge for eternity.
And I would
It's-
rather not force him into eternity
it's-
of a grudge.
Yeah, it's a little more open to actions being able to fix things than humans. Because humans, you could do something to make up for it and they still hold a grudge. So it's just different. It's not really better or worse, it's just different. So time won't help him. But that's up to you if you need more time too. You may have other things to do.
I don't want to take too much time.
Yeah. No, not too much, but definitely for later. But if you could send a message to him that we do feel horrible, Stoic especially, feel horrible, and we'll try to make amends in any way that I can.
Okay.
And then, because we have many, many other matters to attend to now after what just happened.
All right. Just a moment. She kind of like gets a sort of distant look, kind of looking off in the distance, kind of zoning out for a second. And then you see her go, he'll follow my request, but it's not going to be easy.
Imagine that.
I won't repeat what he said. So this is my mother's court.
We saw it. It is a little empty at the moment. Where
Yeah.
are your subjects?
Well, with my mother gone, no one has any reason to stay. From what I understand, if I stayed, things will happen. Like creatures will naturally come, servants will come. I might even be able to create my own. And I think I will.
Stay?
The world can't continue without Autumn. But I hope you'll come to visit.
As often as I can. For as long as I can.
Good. She walks up to each of you and she kind of takes two fingers and touches your forehead on all five of you. And says, "There. Now, if you should enter the Feylight, no matter where you are, you'll always know how to find my court."
Beautiful.
Thank you.
You wouldn't happen to have any tricks to help us get out of your court, would you? I mean, we have a sword, but I would rather not use it to make any.
No, but
Yeah, I'd rather not use it to make any more doors.
No, I have an iron ring
But that takes us.
to the pocket dimension.
Oh, it doesn't take us home. I guess from there we could probably.
Actually, it's weird, but I think I can.
Oh?
I thought so.
I don't know. It's different here, even more than. There's something about this court. It's different.
what do you mean?
I feel different. Like I said, it's like I know things. I think the longer I stay at the court, the more I'm going to know.
We can't wait to see how you grow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure your mother would be very proud of you.
Well, we've come in a circle. You rescued me from Greenwood, and now you've rescued me again. Well, shall I send you on your way?
Are you able to pinpoint where you'll be sending us?
think at the moment, I think I have to be familiar with it. I could send you to your house.
You know our house.
I do.
Are you guys okay with that? Going to Carandia?
Oh, we can go, but I'm leaving as soon as I get there.
Yeah,
Well,
I
I
need to
was
get home
hoping
as
we
well.
could get back to your mom and then travel to Carandia, but that looks she doesn't know where your mom is, so
I
Yeah,
think if we get
you remember it's been a month,
Yeah.
according to Fahrenheit.
let's get
should message her.
let's get to our house and then we can
Not to
get
mention
you any resources.
what could happen in the cross back.
Let's get to the house and then we can use whatever resources we have available to us.
Can I message my mom?
Sure.
Okay. I'm gonna send a message to her right now. Mom. I heard it's been a month and I'm really sorry. I'll explain everything later. Where are you? Are you okay?
Oh, thank the gods you're all right. You disappeared. I met someone, and I'm in a place called Red Feather Manor.
Where's that?
Isn't that Empress? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh
Oh my gosh, okay.
It's like I know that manor. That's literally down the street from our manor.
Yeah, it's using Carandia.
Yeah.
I'm told you know where that is. I hope to see you soon.
I sent another message. I said, I do. I'll be right there. I love you so much.
I love you too.
well, that just leaves you.
Yeah, if we get to your plane, like maybe send a couple messages for me, see if I can get away home.
Well, we'd be glad to show you around.
I have a family to save. Now that the world's not gonna disappear.
We can get you any resources that you need.
Yeah. And we've got some pretty, I would not say powerful, but not really. We have some very influential friends. I think would be a better way to put it.
Do you need a hand?
I would always take help.
Let's get home.
Ready when you are.
All right.
I touch your face. I don't really want to leave, but you have your journey now, don't you?
Well, now you can come back.
I love you, little one.
I love you too. As I said, Fae can hold grudges for eternity, but they can also hold favor. You will always have a friend in my court.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, you feel another gentler shift.
Too many shifts.
Yep, as you find yourself standing midday, like right around noon, in front of a very startled couple of servants in the courtyard in front of Eldergate Manor.
Whoa, whoa. It's just us. It's just us.
Yeah, of course. Shall I let the staff? I'll let the staff know.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Food, drinks. We've conversation. We're gonna probably need to set a bunch of. We also need to send a message over to Red Feather.
I got it.
Okay. Never mind.
How big is this place? As soon as we get there.
Oh my gosh. It's,
So, you are standing in the middle of, first of all, a large city.
Okay.
This is the city of Elduin, which is the capital of Carandia. It is very large. It is larger than the city that you come from. You can see a castle kind of toward the middle, the northern part of, kind of mid but northern part of the city, kind of elevated. You can see there's a couple of tiers of walls, and you are inside the second set of walls. You are in a very, very nice part of town. This is much nicer than anything you've probably seen before, except for Tiratha, like the 8th level of Tiratha. So
That's my hometown.
this is, you stand in the midst of a very well curated courtyard right in front of a mansion. A large, very nice, ornate mansion, and you can see to the sides a number of other buildings within walls around this courtyard. It's not a mansion, it's a compound.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sellswords are really up to something over here.
Well, Shadow Stoic there.
What happens when you
As
see
soon as we land, I immediately message Enthris and request, let her know that we're back safe, and request if she can bring her mother to us.
Oh, that's good to know, darling. I think you should come pay a visit here.
Okay, we can do that.
See you soon.
See you soon.
your mother's with Enthris
Yeah.
at her manor, so we're actually going to head to her first, actually. And I just like kind of give instructions to the staff, and I do yell at Forsythia, our ghost from inside the house. Forsythia, we have guests. Be nice.
Okay.
We have a mansion ghost.
Haunted mansion.
Yeah. She is kind of hostile, and she thinks you're a baddie, but if we can convince her you're not a baddie, you're fine.
She's hostile to strangers.
Yeah, she's
yeah.
really just stranger danger.
Yeah.
She's very nice though. Once you get over the weird, terrifying, comforting dreams that she kind of forces upon your brain, it's fine. Anyway, Red Feather.
Okay. You make your way through the Leaf District toward Red Feather Manor, and passing through this area, you see one where one of the manors in this area has half collapsed under the weight of what looks like a dead dragon. And you can see evidence of a battle that apparently happened around here.
While we were gone.
Oh,
shit.
the veils were open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can see some guards kind of keeping people out of it as you know, some people looking curiosity as they pass by. But looks like the battle happened a little while ago. They just haven't cleaned it up yet.
What kind of dragon is it?
This one looks to be a green one.
Like a small, like a youth,
Yeah, probably a
young dragon?
about the size of the black one that you fought.
Easy.
But you finally make your way over to Red Feather Manor, where you're admitted at recognition by the guards, and you find yourself, for those of you who haven't been here before, entering the grounds of a mansion. Probably, from this angle, you probably guess 2 to 3 times the size of Eldergate. It is probably the largest mansion in the Leaf District, and it is it's got very Gothic architecture, like sharp points, and it stands out like this kind of dark stone. Everything about its feel and architecture feels different than everything else in Elduin that you've seen so far.
Feels more like home. Feels more like home
Yeah, it's
for me.
and so you're admitted inside and escorted in by a servant. Walking through the kind of dark wood interior with you see just strange, almost slightly off-putting art here and there. It's not bad, but just something off about it, and a lot of the weird, A lot of the artwork is just kind of weird. But you see, I mean, you can see this is just wealth. I mean, you know, gold trim and a lot of the furniture, and gold and silver cups and chalices and you know, candle holders. All, I mean, it is unbelievable wealth in this
Wide berthed all the gold.
in this house. You're led upstairs and led down the hallway, and the servant kind of gestures, you know, to a set of double doors. And as one of you goes to open the door, so you open the door, as you reach for it, there's a sudden, you hear this, and then like you see a blade like hit the door like inches from your face as you stand back, and inside you hear this, you hear Inthrys through the doorway, just saying, every time I think I'm getting better, you go and do something like that.
Thank you. And I just put the dagger to my, like, the secret stash of daggers.
No, it's a sword.
Oh, it's a sword?
Like, apparently.
Oh, then I just kind of, like, bring it back down and kind of, like, hold it awkwardly.
So are you opening the door?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and just,
like,
like,
the blade went through the door
Yeah.
before you even opened
oh,
it.
okay,
Yeah.
then I just open it and then I kind of, like, pull it off the door.
So, opening the door, you see Inthrys dressed in her very practical monk-type garb, sparring, and you see really an interesting and perhaps unexpected collection of people.
Oh, she has her sparring group back.
To the side, watching, you see Kiri, you see your mother,
I'm going out there. Yeah.
and Visette, the Princess of Lyrandil, or former princess. And sparring with Inthrys is Zadora.
Ooh,
Oh
wow.
my gosh.
Okay.
Amir immediately runs over to you and just clings to you. It's like, honey, I was so worried. You just disappeared with that strange elf. I didn't understand. I didn't know what was happening.
It was against my will. Believe me. I don't know. I feel like I barely knew the guy. Prince of Spring. We were in the Feylight. Not for a month, but apparently a month for you. And I am so sorry.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, they explained a little bit to me of what was happening, but not really in detail.
I probably couldn't even begin to describe it in full detail, but we have our whole lives ahead of us to talk about.
It was, yeah, I was scared, and then I was taken and met this like really serious woman who was really
Wonderful.
scary.
Did she smell like cinnamon?
I didn't really smell her. I didn't want to get close. She was just very intense.
Oh, yeah.
She told me a little bit. She told me you guys were saving the universe.
In a sentence. Yeah.
In essence, yes.
Yeah, she wouldn't tell me much more, which was a little bit upsetting, as you can imagine, but she arranged for a really charming young man to take me here, like escort me from Mandor.
Is his name Thrill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy.
I'm gonna murder him one day.
With love.
With love. You don't know how much I adore that man, and I will murder him.
He is very charming. It was,
So
it
very
was, it was a very frightening journey to leave Mandor.
Are you okay?
Yeah, he's very reassuring. Like I felt safe with him. But I'm afraid I'm still a bit of a wreck, even after a month. It's a lot to leave home. and then everything else that happened.
Look at this.
It gets better.
Yeah.
And as she says it gets better, she looks at the princess and just like makes eye contact with all these people. What is the princess is beside her, or
No, she is kind of sitting on a bench.
she's not sparring them?
No,
Okay,
they
okay.
were observing, like just
Okay,
watching
okay.
her hanging out. Yeah.
I'll grab my mom's hand and I'll like take her over. Hi.
Hi.
It's really good to see you. What are you doing here?
Oh, well,
I forgot the accent.
well, a lot's happened in Lyrandil since y'all left, and there was a lot happened when the king fell and the Arizaya disappeared. There was a lot of chaos. A lot of people rising up against the officials, and the army was trying to keep some sort of order, but they were also sort of turning their eyes to a lot of angry mobs and the like. There was General Cray, as far as I can tell, kept his word. And he's been sort of keeping the peace long enough to let leadership, I guess, get replaced. But they held a summit, and decided that they'd become separate nations again. But they would still keep a unified military because of threats at different
Like a
directions.
United States.
Well, they're different kingdoms now. They are separate kingdoms.
What's a Sura on about?
But they're they will have an army that's unified for, threats to the north and south. But anyway, Cray arranged for me to get smuggled out because it was believed I wouldn't be safe there as a daughter of the king with the change in power. So
Makes sense.
he figured Inthris might, that there seemed to be some friendliness with Inthris and her staff. And so he sent me with word to her, and she's been very kind.
That's good. I'm glad you're here. Also, Facette, this is my mother. Mom, this is the
Yeah, we've
princess.
met. She's
Okay.
a lovely woman.
Yeah, great. I'm glad you're here.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry that you are not able to stay in your homeland.
It's mixed feelings, but I think it's for the best.
I understand.
How is she dressed? Is she still wearing like dab or
Dab?
Drab.
drab? Thank you.
Yeah.
Like drab colors and not drab, like drab colors
year is
and
this?
stuff like that, or is she
Yeah,
like?
so-
It seems like she started to blossom a little bit now that she's out of her country.
No, it's still a very simple kind of gray dress. It's nice.
Yeah,
you
sure.
know, you would guess Empress is probably influencing this, so
Well,
it
I
is
was hoping.
nice.
We're working on it.
You're working on it.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
it's
That seems-
still simple.
Okay.
Yeah.
Modest. Kiri walks up to you.
I was actually going to head over to Zador first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna go over to Kiri and just give her a hug.
Yeah. So
Okay.
whichever one you want to resolve first.
That's if you're walking over to Zador.
Yeah, I'm walking over to Zador. and she's in the middle. She's got done sparring with Interest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's like a moment. Does she see him at all? Does she acknowledge him? I don't know which way.
Oh, she is staring straight at you.
Gotcha. I think we're gonna see how this goes, but usually the normally reserved Valen walks up and like gets within like a foot of her or so, and has this moment of pause, and then just hugs her or tries to hug her. And I doubt that works, but we're gonna see how it goes.
So you hug her in this. She's dressed in this sort of fitted black, workout kind of garb, like combat garb without the armor.
Yep.
Like the under padding and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You hug her around her arms, which are straight at her side.
Yep. Oh yeah, I know it's gonna be an uncomfortable hug. That's fine.
You can tell she is tense and doesn't move.
Yep.
And then you see that you kind of feel, you just hear a kind of a sigh.
Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't move her arms or anything, but you just feel her head just kind of go like this on your shoulder.
Oh, so cute.
As you break it, she shoves you. Like, don't disappear again.
That's fair. I'm sorry I did.
No, but you will be.
Dang.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know what to do with that information, Zadora. Okay. I'm sure we'll talk about this later. I'm sorry that I left and didn't say anything to you. It won't happen again.
Go talk to your girlfriend.
Has she seen you since the
No, I don't. She
the
hadn't.
Monarch thing?
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
So,
because I
mean,
remember like she was looking for him and we were looking for him.
No.
But I couldn't remember if there was a small interaction.
I'd imagine
No.
that she's been filled in on some stuff at this point because it's been whatever, like a month and a half since.
No, you sent Zadora after Tildwin's murder before we
Yeah.
went on the mission.
Yeah.
We-
And so
yeah.
she jetted.
Yeah.
Like, told you we were right. No.
Because I mean, Valen looks different. Obviously, has the
Yeah.
scar, bald head, and everything. But I'm imagining she's probably been filled in by somebody at this point. Like, what happened?
You would think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's why I was trying to like really get the gravity
Yeah.
of the, like, oh, she hasn't seen you at all since you were like normal
No.
human.
Nope. But yeah, then I go over to Kiri.
As that happens,
And-
as you come over to Kiri, I'm gonna be like, okay, good luck. And I'm gonna head over to Empress.
And I think even a bigger hug than Zadora got. Like one of those like lift up and kind of swing around hugs.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's some wild energy based on where you last left off, but okay.
Hey, look, we just fought a god
Yeah.
and survived.
I get it.
Valen's feeling some things.
Just,
Yep.
that's a crazy energy coming at her.
Look,
She definitely returns the hug.
yeah.
Nice, long, good hug.
Mhm.
She kind of pulls back and, are you okay?
Surprisingly, yes. How are you?
I'm better.
Good.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy after you guys left.
Yeah, I saw the dragon sitting on the house out there.
Oh, well, yeah, that too.
Yeah, that too.
No, I mean, it was after you left, we had to escort all those, we had to get all those people to safety back in Lyrandale. And, well, that was kind of hard because things kept getting worse. More creatures and people just from strange realms kept showing up, and there was a lot of fighting, a lot of blood being spilled. But I actually spent a lot of time with Talon, and she taught me. It was weird being taught by someone from another priesthood. It's not my god, but I think it was good. She taught me things I didn't know. Like how to work hard, like how to work not because I needed to prove something, but just because it's good. I think more importantly, she taught me there was no such thing as arriving. What I mean is I've been a mess trying to be something, but she told me, she said, no one's keeping score, dear. There's nothing you can do to one day feel like you've arrived finally where you want to go.
Mm-hmm.
You're already here. Here is always where you'll be, no matter where you go. The only thing that matters is the direction you're headed.
Her general vibe, does she seem a lot more assured of herself now? Like, does she stand a little more, like, just a little
She's
taller?
still herself.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, still a little bit awkward and a little bit soft in nature, but she doesn't have she definitely doesn't have the sort of darker vibe that she had last time.
Yeah. Well, I notice a difference.
Which I guess I should say, for Rowan, you are seeing a cleric of Ixie, the goddess of luck. She's wearing a simple kind of white dress. She's got relatively short, kind of feathered blonde hair. She looks like she is or was very beautiful, except like one side of her face has what looks like acid scarring all over her face.
But she's still smoking hot.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just to be clear.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
Got it.
We were kind of the reason half of her face got acid on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gives her character. Now she's hot and dangerous.
I mean, she's always been a badass, so
Yeah.
it's fine. Good. I cannot wait to hear all about it. To hear everything that you've been going through and have gone through over the past couple months. Just to slow down life a little bit. Spend time with you.
I'd like that. Are you gonna stay here then?
For now, yeah. I don't have any pressing plans anymore, which is kind of nice.
Okay.
Oh, possibly. I have to help a friend out.
Okay. Well, I'd like to be pointed in whatever direction you are.
Oh, he definitely smiles and takes her hand, just holds it.
Indris is like, so, you have to fill me in.
I think a meal might be a better way to be able to tell this story than standing here awkwardly. And I hand her back her sword.
Oh, thank you. Of course. Yes, we'll set out dinner.
Okay. I do grab her though real quick as like people are starting to usher out. I might be on this earth a little longer than everyone else.
Oh yeah?
Maybe. I don't know. Turns out that devils and angels can procreate.
Oh. How very interesting.
If you want to put it that way. So, I don't know what my future looks like. And I'm not going to promise it to you, unfortunately, but you have a friend for as long as I'm on this earth.
Well, I think we have a lot to talk about then.
And I go over to your sister. Put out my hand.
She
Just give her a quick shake. Sister.
hi.
Hello?
She looks at you and so you got your arm back.
It's a little shorter.
I love the idea of one arm is slightly shorter than the other.
Uh-huh.
He does it on purpose.
But it seems to work well enough to take down whatever trash is needs to be taken out. So, still feel I was incorrect.
I saw his mansion. It was, I don't.
I'm sorry that now that, you know, I know you a little better, I mean, I can't imagine Tildwin was close to you. And to find that out was probably difficult. And so I do apologize, but I'm just glad that you know the truth. And hopefully take some solace in knowing that he's gone from this earth.
You have no idea how difficult that was. I won't apologize because I believe, at the time, I believed what I was doing was right. But know that once I learned the truth, I spent time in Lyrandil making sure that anyone that associated with him would not cause any more trouble for that nation.
Oh shit.
Well, that sounds lovely. So, no hard feelings then? Just shake a lot of hands.
Yeah. Wordlessly shakes it.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew says, "Well, let's get some. Let's eat." She, as you're walking, she like puts her arm through Rowan's.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very
Welcome.
gross. It's
Completely ignoring any discomfort you might have.
rite of initiation. Just how it works.
And she just, almost like she's like your best friend, you know, she just like puts her arm through yours and like kind of holds it and is like, well, I can see that my friend's trend to attract attractive people has continued.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I am very intrigued to learn more about you.
Yeah. She's really pretty. Oh!
She is probably the most beautiful woman you've ever seen.
Yeah, I think
almost
Rowan just shuts
intimidating.
down because she doesn't know how to do with it. She's like, we did a lot today, and now this really pretty person is just like my best friend. I don't know what's happening, and I'm overwhelmed by, like, she's happy for all of you that you are having all of these great things, and she's impatient to get to have them herself. So she's just like, great.
I do go up to your mom because I imagine you're with your mom, yes? And I look at you and may I introduce myself?
Yeah, of course.
I mean introduce myself.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. So she met you.
I didn't get the chance to say hello to you properly before. My name is Asura.
Hi.
Hello. Daughter of Maritia.
But Marithia, our Marithia?
Yes. I saw it happen that night.
I tried to stop him.
I know. I know. I don't hate you for that.
I do.
I take my necklace off. The one that Easy made for me.
Squeeze my mom's hand.
And I hand it to her. It says forgiven, which means forgiven. It is for your to follow. I have forgiven you. You must figure out the rest, I think.
Yeah, she definitely, there's some tears kind of falling from her eyes as I think we're all going to be healing for the rest of our life from what that man did.
I think so too.
There's beauty that came out of it. And she's standing right there.
My mother protected me just as she had protected Zanoa. She got me out of hell.
So she got out too?
Mm.
I'm so sorry.
But I got to meet beautiful friends. I got to meet my own grandmother. I will figure out the rest.
She sort of nods and just sort of falls quiet as she kind of cries quietly.
Kind of awkwardly go in for a hug. To just kind of like, I don't know. Something about her is motherly. And even though we are not related, like there is some weird connection of like maternal here. And I'm just like, I feel like I should hug you. Yep. Cool. Dinner. And we're going to have to figure out how to pry Anthrus away from Rowan and figure out how to save Rowan's family. There's a lot of families we need to start putting back together. I have never really gotten drunk in this house before, but I think I'm going to have an alcohol.
What was the stuff that Bear liked? Was it Stormbirth?
Stormbreath.
Stormbreath?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's where that's
She's got plenty of that, right?
She has some, yeah.
Okay.
You're not really good.
Oh, wait, we gotta break it out. I mean, it really in honor of Bear.
All right. So, the servants prepare a wonderful feast where you all sit down and catch up, tell stories about what's happened since. Not really from Zadora, but Kiri is able to basically tell you a little bit more about the storm that was the Ruby Judge turning on the people's officials.
Mm-hmm.
1v9.
The
She can do it.
Yeah, the nightmare turned against them. That even, and did not, even some who had sort of worked out deals with the new administration, so to speak, or had protections, not from her.
Oh yeah.
And she basically, some of them were pretty gruesome
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
deaths. You get the impression some didn't die right away. Some of them were messages in not very pretty remains.
Yep.
The dark part of me is a little like.
Look, I mean, I think Valen's sitting there, two things. He's proud of her for realizing all the truth, but he also is like sad because there's that realization that the thing that you have believed in is now gone, and the pain that causes, like she had to go through that. There's a little bit of that, like, well, she didn't have to go through that, but also glad she did and came out on the other side of it, or at least is working on coming out the other side of it.
Yeah.
Sorry, not to interrupt the story, because the violence is very enticing. I like it very much. And I do give your sister a wink. When you were escorting all the people away, what happened to Resham?
He stayed to help with. There was, at least when I left, there was a lot of instability still. He said he would come here, once things settled down a little bit. But he felt like he had a responsibility because of the oath that he took as a rebel, so he stayed with Talon.
I understand.
But he did say he'll come.
Okay.
You want to hear from him? I mean, I can't give you his voice, but I can tell you what he says.
Just tell him that I'm here. Just tell him that I'm here.
Okay.
And that I finished my mission. Well, at least one of them.
Okay. Yeah, sending non-verbally. I say all that stuff, and then I just tag on the end. She really misses you.
I try to act really chill. But you like watch like my eyes like do this like little like.
I don't even have to read your thoughts
I know,
anymore.
I know,
It's so
but-
sad that I don't even have to cast a spell
I
anymore.
know, but you do see like this like weird little like, if you could imagine like shooting stars, that's what's happening in her eyes right now.
You hear, that's so good to hear. My mission's almost done. And when it is done, Ether can fly very fast.
I tell her everything.
She just like, because she doesn't blush like human blush. It's like watching like lavender get like fuchsia. You just watch like fuchsia go up and like up through her ears, and she's like, okay.
Forget how young Asura is sometimes.
Yeah, Sarah's like 20. Now she's only like 21, 22.
Yeah.
Like, and this is the first time she ever left. Like, like when she left to come here to Karandia, that was the first time she'd ever left Tiratha. So she's like a youngin'. What about you? Do you need to send any messages, or do we need to start
What do you
rallying?
need?
I just need a way back to Enraya. So we can
me.
That is,
teleport.
Well,
use
we
that
have,
teleport.
we have the tree.
Those are the mortar and pestle.
We do have the mortar and pestle.
That would take us to another realm, or take you to another realm.
As long as you have a little element of it.
Yeah.
We can get you there in the jiffy.
Need a rest?
Yeah, we probably should rest and then.
Well, let's get to it.
Yeah. I can. Have you met Enraya? Do you know who that is?
No.
Shh. Okay. Well, I can find someone to send her a message once we're.
But we know
home.
some of your colleagues. We met them when we were under the tree.
She wasn't there.
Oh, you were not. You were not there. That is right.
She can somehow.
It's true.
Yeah. But
I'm sorry.
it's okay. If you don't mind helping, I got a sorceress to slay. It won't be. She probably isn't going to be as hard as like an archfey, but she's got a lot of minions probably.
Right. I do have a mystical sword still strapped to my hilt that I need to figure out what the fuck I do.
We need to
with.
figure that out too. Boy, still lots of things in front
There's
of us.
a lot of things still left to do. We have
Uh-huh.
not had a chance to fully process everything yet.
I think I'd like to take that to Hira and leave that.
I've got the iron.
Yeah, and that way it's not out there as easily.
As much as it would be very easy to slay whatever it is that is fucking with your shit, I don't want this blade to be in the hands of anybody else.
Don't want to hurt anyone else.
Not if I can help it. Okay, well, good night's sleep. Bamf into the pocket dimension. I'm guessing that your emerald dragon is there now, yes?
Right, like, as
far as you know.
Yeah, I think that's where we left them.
And then we can bamf to you and see what we can do to help you.
Perfect.
I don't know how long he'll still be gone, but I hope he'll wait.
By the way, dinner was delicious. Whoever made the scones, 10 out of 10.
Oh, isn't he excellent?
Mom, have
pay
you
him
ever
enough.
had a scone before? These are incredible.
That is the one thing that I eat. I try that one. I'm weird about food, but I'll eat those guys.
I cleaned my plate, had a whole glass of whatever bougie drink we were drinking.
Yep.
Like, Sir doesn't drink often, so she's like, whew, like after one drink, she is a lightweight through and through.
So you'll leave in the morning?
Probably there's still
For a little while,
loose
at least.
threads to tie and make sure everyone is safe.
Well, if you're going to leave, probably best to do so first thing in the morning, because you know how word is going to spread of you coming, and the Queen's probably going to want to see you, and
Yes.
probably other people as well. I know
Yes.
you have a variety of
Yes.
people, contacts.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hate to dine and dash, but still much to do and so many hours left to do them in. We'll be back though, hopefully. Knock on wood.
I asked Kiri and Axe Isidore if they would want to come with us.
Yeah.
Both of them?
Mhm.
Oh, man. Nothing stands a chance.
Love how you're like,
Yeah.
between my girlfriend and my sister.
Yeah, hey, look, there are two
The
competent
earth will
women
be
over
wrecked.
here. It's fine. We're good. We're covered.
I don't think I'm going with you.
Okay.
I've never been so glad to be back in Carandia than this moment, and I know that there's still some loose ends. But if it's fine with you guys, I don't think I have it in me.
That's fine.
Like, I don't want to leave again.
You'll be here when we get back.
I will be, but I'm so sorry. You've done so much for us, and I wish I could repay you, but I'm done.
I understand wanting to be home.
Get some rest.
Yeah. And I start pulling out every magical item that I currently have, and I start handing them to you. I'm like, here's some seasoning that is whatever seasoning you want. For as much as you want.
I take
Yeah.
it.
I don't really
Like,
need things.
what else?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, like Scope's
I give-
retiring.
He's done, dude.
Yeah.
I give you sunshine. But I don't say his name. Like,
This is the shield that talks.
it's really annoying. But the fact that he can fly around and you
hilarious.
don't have to hold the shield to
Yeah.
use it
Yeah.
is really nice.
Thank you.
And it's legendary. So,
He is legendary.
he is legendary.
Just ask him.
Hopefully that'll help you rescue your family.
Thank you. It was nice fighting beside you.
It was. It was. I wish I could do more, but...
Oh boy, you're gonna be stuck with all the time duties.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I think I'll have some help. And he turns towards the dress, or not Aggressive, but Empress.
What are you looking at me for?
Well, I know that the nobility might have some questions, and I would feel much better with you by my side.
Oh, well, certainly.
Thank you. Yeah, he's like,
I'm just like looking back and forth.
He thinks he's escaping a battlefield.
And I look at him, I'm like, that's why I
I
didn't go to war.
just flush. Just super flush. Okay.
He's changing the battlefield.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. So, you're going to rest.
I do. When they all start heading back to the house, I do actually slip away, and I kind of take that like back path that goes into the shamble, like the lower part of the shambly areas, and I go to find Dusk Rose
Okay.
and just kind of check in on my whisper network.
Okay. Well, we can just say you check in.
Yeah, I let him know I'm alive. I give him not a lot of information, but like I do let him know that like that dragon was one of much bigger issues that we had to deal with. I check in to make sure everything's okay in our world. That I'm going to continue my work. Let's continue expanding our network. And then I tell him about how I'm going to be pushing some people out of Tiaratha, and we might be able to start building a wider network, because I also think we could possibly get a ship involved if we can play our cards right, like, and basically say like we could get an international system going probably in the next like 10 years if we can play our cards right.
All right. Okay. Well, we can come back to.
Yeah, but
more
basically, like, just
that.
kind of get the wheels moving, and then when I head back, I want to head to the library and just check in on our librarian and just be like, any messages from Redressa? I'll give him knowledge of, like, the things that I now know that we can add to our library of knowledge.
Okay.
But, yeah, like, basically just kind of, like, putting my knowledge and my seeds and my whispers now into the world.
I want to send a message before bed too. That's
Okay.
all I'll do. I send a message to Sarek before bed.
Okay.
Are you safe? Much has happened since we separated. What is it called? Elderwin?
Elduin.
I'm in Elderwin with everyone. And if I have to send like multiple, I have so many spell slots. I'm gonna send. We have a new friend who said she needs some help. Sir and Valen are going I don't know that I want to. My mom is here. And I just don't think I can leave her again.
All right. I'm okay to answer. Nothing's okay. Just want to make sure this is holding
So
Sarah
it's like
back.
two
Yeah.
spells worth.
I have curiosity when the whole autumn court thing, when she sent the request to Sarek, what was that like from Sarek's perspective?
It was something of almost like a vision or trance, if you will.
Okay.
It was like a not that you lost consciousness per se, but it was like it's like a connection and an awareness of the general idea of what was happening and what needed to happen. So
Got it. So you made it through. Never had a doubt. That's awesome to hear that you got your mom. Really excited to hear that you got her out of Mandor. I think of the name. An Elduin, huh? They can make it there. Did you get the Elduin from Bloodpool?
a while,
Oh, I say like a couple of weeks or so.
something like that.
Okay. I can get there in a couple of weeks. Do you want to sit still?
He said, "Do you want to sit still?"
Yeah, are you going to sit still?
It takes her a while to like answer back. She just doesn't know. There's like kind of this natural like duty guilt. Like this random person came and helped her, out of Mandor. But she probably honestly, probably 2 hours later, you get a message.
You would leave me on red for that long? God, man, jeez.
Bet. And you just get a response back, and she says, "Yeah, I'll be here."
Okay. I'm on my way.
Okay. So, you guys get a night's rest. At dawn, you gather around the Iron Ring and transport, which again is, for you two, going to be a very jarring experience because you suddenly find yourself in a sort of strange circular workshop looking at a beholder.
Are you coming with? Is it just the three of us transporting?
I don't know who is transporting.
That's a good question. Do you go?
I think
sorry.
no. I think I think I would come up to you as we're leaving and give you a hug, and I just whisper in your ear, "When I get my mom back, I'm not leaving her side either." I wish you the best of luck. And then I'll head out.
And I want to give you a hug. Take care of yourself. Take care of your mother. If he gets here while I'm gone, tell him I'm coming back.
Okay. And I just grab the sides of your face. That look in your eye I was saying about making the universe perfect. This is the best universe I could have had. With you as my sister.
See?
Now hurry up
Okay.
and get back.
Will do. The house is yours forever if you want it.
That's gonna take some getting used to though.
Yeah. Just, it's your house too.
Yeah, I know.
Are you coming with us?
I'm not. Like I told you guys yesterday, I'm done no more other dimensions or pocket dimensions. I don't even want to go to other countries. What we did, I know that that's what we were supposed to do. And now that it's over, like, my mission was over when Enwick died. But I knew that we had to keep going, and I have. But now, I'm good. And I'm sorry to put it on you guys to kind of finish up some of these loose ends, but I'm happy. And I don't want to lose that. I just want to sit in it, and I'm not going to be able to do that if we continue.
Zadora, who's just kind of standing silently by, just says, "They won't be shorthanded, even if you are."
Damn! That was good. That was good.
That's a burn.
That was good.
I do kind of awkwardly stand in front of you for a second, and then I just like go in for a hug.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for everything I put you through.
Oh, we've all been through a lot, and I'll be here when you guys get back.
Take care of the house.
Yeah, I will.
Take care of your crazy shit that you created for our house. Well, your shadow created for our house.
Yeah.
Be happy. And deal with this country for us.
Mm-hmm. Hold it down.
Yeah. I'll take care of that stuff. I'll take care of the administrative duties.
The librarian will help you out.
Yeah.
Don't have a doubt, any brother.
Be safe, guys.
You
I
too.
loved you for a reason, and I will always love you, my brother.
I know you'll find your family again. And I don't think there's a distance. I'm keeping your name in this book.
The pop-up book?
The pop-up book. Also, I have to, no. For communication, I don't have to have them sign it. For pop-up, I have to have them sign it.
No, she has to sign
I
it
don't
to be
think I
able to
need.
talk
I
to
think
you.
I have everything
Does she?
I need.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like,
that's why
it
I
takes
have
maybe
the
healing
Imperial
potions, but
and
that's about it.
Idris and all them
I couldn't
sign.
remember if it was for pop-up.
It's
And
the
I
same
don't,
signature, though, right?
no.
Or
No, it's different, because I signed her name for the pop-up. I don't think I made you sign your name in my book, did I?
You did.
Did I?
Yeah.
Okay, then I've got it. Good. So I'll always be able to contact you, and if you ever find yourself struggling, it will help you out.
I appreciate it.
So, good luck.
Thank you. With this group, looks like I won't need it.
Nah.
Let's.
Bunch of
Is it Valen with a
queens.
bunch of women?
It is.
let's
It is.
go.
As it was always meant to be. I mean, for real.
Sarah looks really excited.
Cithras was right.
Yep.
He did say a long time ago. Wait, what? Not quite the harem we were looking for, but especially because
When-
only one of us likes you like that.
Yes.
Well, except
Cithras
I
I
don't really
always
know.
thought he was the most attractive, right? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Or Enwick thought that.
Cithras, for a long time, a running joke was that Cithras would always talk about how he was
A ladies' man.
and had
Okay.
all these girlfriends and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
So now-
Oh, yeah, I think, somebody was like, he has 3 girlfriends. I was like, oh, well, congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I intentionally created him as a hot boy. Did not mean to, but
Yeah.
it just kind of happened.
Yet he is the one who planted the seed for Kiri
Mhm.
He was. He was.
by pretending to be you.
Hey, we helped him with his love life, so it was
Oh,
only
man.
fair that he returned.
Wingman.
Uh-huh.
Love it.
All right.
All right.
Grab the ring.
So, you
Power Ranger.
Oh, I was thinking Captain Planet.
Heart! And the monkey pops up.
I played
You
with Power Rangers
transport-
figures for like an hour today.
transport into the realm of Lorethel, where again you find yourself standing before a beholder. which takes a little bit of explaining.
I draw my bow.
He's okay.
Friend.
I feel like you should tell people that before bringing
I
them.
didn't think we were going to pop into his workshop. I apologize. Apologies.
I get that a lot. You can see this beholder is unusual because his big eye is completely white, and all the other eye stalks are white except for one.
Apologies. We did try. We didn't really think through the whole. We should warn you ahead of time. Apologies. We are here to drop off and talk to Kira and or whoever is now running the show. So, hey, how are you? How are you doing?
About the same.
That's good. Cool.
What's Kiri's and Zadora's reaction to it? Because we got one reaction.
Oh, Zadora definitely reacts very similarly.
Yeah.
In his.
I do not take my eyes off of it. You said he was friendly, but
Yeah,
I'm watching him.
Basically, stop her an instant before she moves. Like it's.
Yep.
Kiri is a little bit more delayed, but she definitely reacts with alarm as well.
Very fair.
But it's explained that this is Orthocris, who actually went through a very similar process to Enthris and was redeemed by Alanya.
And me, yeah.
And him. Redeemed by Alanya. And now is part of the Eldrin, as what they've been told is probably the best artificer in the universe. So, you guys are eventually escorted by one of those strange jellyfish-like servants into what was Enduriel's office. Still much the same, except now with Hira and Alanya there. And as you enter and, Hira says, "Ha! Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
You all did so well."
Thank you. I have brought this.
The Void Blade.
Oh.
I don't know what to do with it.
We figured it might be safest with you. Or here.
I would imagine so. Yes. Probably the safest bet.
Yes.
You feel it lift out of your hands.
Okay.
Fascinating. But yes, best left alone.
Yes.
Question for you. World Spider, is she okay?
She has been restored. It will, I fear, take time to restore her web. So, probably a very long time to restore it to what it once was, but she's a hard worker.
Do we need to worry about any residual rifts in the meantime while she webs her web back together again?
Well, there will always be rifts to worry about, but I think the main damage caused to the veil was fixed with your actions.
Good. Great. Yeah, I don't.
A pleasure to meet you.
Oh, she's.
You're not there. I
I'm
forget.
not there.
Sorry, my bad.
Just-
I'm a.
Those two.
This is our friend Rowan. She helped us in the final fight. And this is my
We
sister.
met briefly
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
on the
Yeah.
way out.
And this is my sister Zadora and my girlfriend Kiri.
Yeah, I just I immediately get giddy-eyed when you say it.
take that.
Status update.
Well, nice to meet you. Both.
This is Hira. He is the Emerald Dragon.
Alanya is looking at Zadora.
Oh.
She just says,
Yeah.
interesting.
some things out.
We shall see, won't we?
Yes.
Well, as you yourself can attest, no one is beyond redemption.
That's my hope.
And Hira says, well, what will you be doing now?
Well,
I'm rather eager to get home and settle my own scorn.
We're gonna make sure that happens.
All right. And what will happen after that for those of you and those who are missing?
I
that's a really good question.
think that Stoic is done. Sanoa was technically never in. Right? You never officially signed into being with the Eldrin, right? If I remember that correct.
You had to physically sign something?
No.
No.
Okay, I was like,
But like
'cause
you,
I didn't
you
do
had
that.
never officially stated you were going to be part of.
I don't think I did.
No.
You were right on the fence.
Because
the
he
whole
was
time.
always like, I don't think you're ready. She is ready. And I literally, when I left, I was like, I'm not ready.
Yeah. She's. If you'll have me, I'll stay. But I would like to work similarly to the way Hydressa works. I've built a little bit of a network for myself. I'm sure it's nothing compared to hers, but I would like to be of help in that way. Plus, I'm a little bit of an oddity myself, so perhaps there is time on my side.
He kind of looks at you with those green eyes, and he kind of, folds his hands, his arms in his sleeves of his robe. Sounds good.
Cool. I do want a little bit of autonomy, if that is okay. There are things that I value in my life, and I would like to live a little bit of it.
Well, I suppose long-term trust is earned both ways. But I think you've certainly earned quite a bit of trust. From what I understand, Hydressa trusts you. And that is not an easy task.
Okay. I feel like there's still much left I need to learn from her. If she'll have me.
Well, then we'll have much to discuss as we get to know each other.
Yep.
And what of you, my disciple?
I'll help where I can. I made a commitment.
All right. Glad to hear it. As for the other two, well, Endurial had a policy that anyone who decides to leave the Eldrin must have their memory wiped. But Endurial's not around.
Oh my god, no! You are not about to wipe everything that is our friendship!
Oh, that would have been bad.
I don't know, man. Stoic, I think, might have been okay with it.
I know Stoic would have been,
Well,
but
you guys
I
are
would
fine,
not have
'cause you-
been.
You
Yeah,
remember
I'd be like,
anything.
I get to go back to 0. I have so much PTSD, and you're gonna wipe it. You're gonna take it away, like, please. Oh my god. You know what I mean? Like, he would struggle if he lost all the other parts too.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be all right to trust them until they break it.
We'll keep him in check.
I'm sure.
I've hit Stoic before. I have no problem hitting him again.
All right then. So, shall I send you on your way, or is there other things you wish to discuss?
Sure. I mean,
I
unless
think
you
we-
can get us directly there.
I mean, did you give me the teleporting thing?
I
don't have it.
have it.
okay.
I just took the bag of holding
Yeah, I
with me.
figured.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, they might have a way to just get us there.
Yeah.
Could you get us to?
Where is it? It's...
the shadow.
Soul Shade.
Soul
Soul
Shade.
Shade. I
Thank
was
you.
like, I keep wanting to say
couldn't
Shadow,
remember
but it's not. Soul Shade. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we could just do that then.
We'd like
Yep.
to go
I can
there.
get us where we need to be after.
Now, if you have a specific spot that you want us to go to, we might. I guess we could do that as well, as maybe within reason.
There are a few options. I can send you to Morin's castle, if you wish. I can also send you to the Shrouded Ones.
Maybe there.
All right.
Could you also send messages?
Yes.
Great. And then I just basically ask them to let Ryan know we're on our way, let Morin's champion know, and then the guy who trains the horses, yeah,
Nice.
I'm gonna let them both know because they promised they'd help. So, just sending them a message saying we're gonna be returning to the Soul Shade.
Zalenthia and Threx.
Thank you.
Okay. So, for the sake of time,
Yeah.
so you call on Zalenthia and Threx, who honor their oaths and come to help you. Some of the Shrouded Ones also assist. There's, of course, Zadora, who herself is a force to be reckoned with, but so are you now.
Mm-hmm.
And so, together you plan and make your attack on the Lady of Scorn's vast mansion. It's an extremely difficult battle. And a costly one. At one point, as you face off against the Lady of Scorn herself, who is in her mansion, who has set up quite a bit of protection for herself. And there are some tricks, and there's really a quantity of servants that she sends after you. At one point, realizing the battle is turning against her, she tries to escape. But thanks to Zadora's anti-magic shield and getting in, or aura, and getting into positioning, are able to prevent her from escaping. But when she realizes that, she calls out to her servants, "Kill all the slaves." In desperation, you are finally able to defeat her, and you have to rush through the mansion and through the dungeons, trying to stop and kill the servants to save as many as you can, only to find that it is too late for your family. Though many others are freed, and a great evil is purged from the Soul Shade, a bane of your people. What do you do from there?
I think, knowing that I don't have my family and that I'll probably help get anyone who we did save home, and then I'm gonna start diligently tracking down anyone else that was taken and didn't make it home and were sold away for whatever reason. I'm gonna track them all down and I'll start bringing them home. Because I can't stay put because my family's not home.
Is there anything you would like to say before they return to their homes?
I think
Because that will be a long quest.
Yeah. I think she probably just is too distraught in that, and probably she probably will just hug you each and just wordlessly get her thresh mount and head out. And you know she's grateful, but her heart's broken.
Mm-hmm.
So, after departing from your friends, you return with Zalenthia and Thrax to, before beginning, you return at their request to Morin's mansion, or Morin's castle. And in light of the works that you did with rescuing Remnant and establishing the connection to Remnant, and slaying the Lady of Scorn, you are granted the chance to speak with your family's souls before they move on. And so you are able to speak with them and see them, speak with them again one last time to say your goodbyes. It's a special privilege that is not granted to many. But perhaps that could provide some closure, some bit of peace. And although Morin herself refuses to disclose judgments of other souls to anyone else, being close to her servants does have its perks. And you know that your family was judged well and sent on to very good places. And you know they are in a much happier, more joyful place.
Yeah.
And being a plain walker, such as yourself, might be finding yourself in a place where you could see them yet again.
Didn't think about that.
Mm-hmm.
So, as time goes on, you begin your quest to rescue these people who have, over the years, been sold and spread out by the Lady of Scorn. During that time, you find in Zalenthia a powerful ally, respected by all of Morin's servants and all of your people. And you also find in her a woman of surprising compassion and even some humor, unexpectedly, despite her dark and serious nature. And she joins you, and together you serve. You carry out your mission, rescuing many, many people who are grateful. In the process, slaying many evils who have traded in these victims. And in time, you become a very well-known name yourself among the Twilight Elves, gaining the respect of other servants like the Sable Guard. And you even find certain, like as time goes on and villages are grateful to you and your efforts. You even find, and as your story spreads, you even find a couple of villages named after family members. So, you can continue to carry out your work. And Rowan Alaric's name continues to grow in the shadows. So, you return. And so, I have a chance for you guys to resolve anything you'd like to resolve and, explore or tell us what you do from here out.
I'll kick us off with Valen, I guess.
All right.
Okay, pull up my stuff here. All right. So let's see. So I pivoting a little bit because I know originally when I was kind of thinking of his rest of his life, I guess it was a little bit more calm and steady, but I had just forgotten about it to the Eldrin. So
I totally forgot I had a note.
yeah, I was like, oh, that is there, isn't it? Well,
Literally, my first note was I stay with the Eldrin.
yeah.
I will say this. In talking with Hira, if you know, as he will talk with you many times, you do understand that serving the Eldrin can happen a number of ways.
Right.
And so it's not necessarily being a soldier that goes out on missions, so to speak. There are a number of ways to serve, so there's still some flexibility there. So that's
Yeah.
up to you.
No, I think that there's still, while Valen's still, able-bodied and just capable of doing it, he would go for, times when they called him out. But I do think eventually he would transition into like more of a training or mentor type role where he is like training the next generation of the Eldrin. Maybe doing that through like his own monastery in, I guess, in Eldwin. Hadn't really, or Karan, which one? Eldwin's the
Eldwin's
country.
city.
No,
Karandia's
okay.
the country.
Eldrin's
Eldrin's
the
Thank you.
capital, Karandia's
In Karandia, not in Eldwin. But maybe not too far from Eldwin, like just on the outskirts a little bit. There he's teaching, kind of honoring the three big, inspirations in his life with Hira, teachings of Hira, the teachings of, well, at least Alcon, or the Shadow Dragons, and the teachings of Ixie, because those three have kind of influenced his journey. I think at some point that he and Kiri would get married and have a family. I don't know what that would look like. But, a couple of kids. And then he definitely would take a hard step back from doing a lot with the Eldrin because he wants to raise his family.
Well, I think Hira would be fascinated by the idea of those three influences on an order.
Figured he would be.
And very much looks forward to seeing the development of it. He does add one bit of wisdom at the end. Just in talking with you about the future, and he says, I'll bet when you set out on your Suto, you did not believe that your Reshi would be quite so big. I mean, influence hardly gets bigger than this. Just make sure you use it. Whatever influence you've won, use it well, But don't make the mistake of thinking that you've reached the edge of it. The secret is that your Suto never ends. Not even for me. Whatever form it takes, keep going.
I will.
Upon returning and deciding to start your own order, Enthris thinks it'd be a good idea to meet with the Queen, to let her know your intentions. A new, force of warriors, essentially, in their midst, with a celebrity is a good idea to let her know. Queen Varissa wants to know what the name of your order is going to be.
I actually had not even thought about that. Never even thought about it. You might have to come back to me on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, come back to me on that one. I genuinely didn't even think about naming it.
Okay.
The Order of the Fallen.
Oh, no. I've got some ideas.
It's troll.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do have a few ideas.
So, in that meeting, Varissa is a shrewd woman. She sees the value of somebody, a defender of Karanya, growing his own warrior order that seems to be good and serving the country. Enthris says that it might be a little far from your original plans near Eldwin, a little bit farther south if you're willing to go further south a few days in Valgard at the coast. There's a facility, I guess you could call it, that used to belong to a powerful sorcerer 1,000 years ago that has been abandoned because it's a bit remote. But it is set into the cliffside, like built into the cliffs, overlooking the ocean. And said it'd probably be a good place for a training ground to separate out, and that doesn't mean you can't have more than one place. But it's there.
Oh, weak scale. That's fine.
And if and she says if you want it, it's yours, and that she will guarantee delivery of supplies in perpetuity. And Varissa also backs that promise. So, if you would like.
I will gladly take it.
All right. Kiri, who is, again, as you spend more time with her, you realize Talon's effect on her and everything else certainly helped. Like what Enthris started, Talon was able to finish. If anything like that can be finished. But she does seem to be calmer. She is not a confident woman, but she's not a wreck either. She is grown. And she continues to grow. When you set up, and she is certainly willing to marry and happy to go down that route wherever you would lead her. When you start your order, Zadora asks to be your first student.
Wow.
She says, I know how to fight, but I don't know how to fight in my mind.
I mean, with glee and joy, I'd gladly take her on.
After a bit, as you begin that training, you get a message, unsigned, from someone you pretty much guess who it's from, who says, when she's ready, someone of that sort of focus could be very useful to us.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's. So, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, training the next generation of Eldrin there, so yeah.
Alright. So, the order grows, you establish yourself, you get no shortage of students wanting to be a part of it. Whether or not you admit them or are willing to accept them is up to you and your standards and screening or testing methods, but it's, you still are welcome in the city and still are a celebrity whenever you return to Elwyn. And still always people tell your stories and maybe not always accurately, but they tell the stories in good light and know of your contributions too.
I think that at this point I've gotten much more comfortable with it and will play into the embellishment a little bit, just for the sake of, you know, the entertainment value of it. No longer trying to be the, oh no, just like kind of leaning into it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
If we're ever at dinner together when those things happen, you do feel a tail slip around your ankle and give you a bit of a yank. Just like.
Always good embellishments though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Who wants to go
I
next?
know, I know.
You wanna go?
I know.
Okay.
I'm sorry if it's like a little lengthy, but I wrote it out. Get all the points down. Okay. So, kind of immediately following everything here. She basically, Zenoa just wants to, essentially in waiting for Sarek and you guys to return, remember? I think she would spend about like 2 or 3 weeks, like a month, 2 months, just getting to know her mom, because like they can finally kind of like get to know each other for who they really are in their lives. So they have the freedom to do that. So they just take some time to spend with each other, and she recounts all the tales of folly, how she met them, and all the highs and lows that they experienced together. So I think in those first few months at the mansion, she would just dedicate her time and energy to her relationship with her mom and her relationship to her deity, Eldris. And she'll like check in on Sarek, you know, everything. Make sure the reuniting with the brother is going well. I don't know. And if Sarek makes his way back to Carandia, I think the 3 of them with her mom would eventually relocate to settle in a coastal town in Carandia. So like, I looked up the map, it's like southeast, I think is where she would
Which
go.
is in
I don't know.
Entrus's
Valgard, that's Entrus's.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Entrus's region.
Okay, sure, great.
So,
Entrus is out here just giving everyone houses.
Okay, sure, yeah.
friends in high places.
That's right.
So yeah, me and Larry talked a little bit about it, but Sarek would work towards starting up a cargo transport business
Yep.
on the sea.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
After your little thing, I was like, okay, we will talk.
And in the meantime, Zenoa would work to foster a community dedicated to the worship of Ildris. And she would probably end up funding and aiding the construction of a temple to Ildris there, and serve as the priestess of it. And this temple is really easily identifiable because there is a large shore pine, like a massive shore pine tree that towers over it and like shades the whole thing. That was planted to honor her old friend Bear. And she kind of wanted to also settle not too far from Ishti, which is not too far, I guess, because she would want to stay in touch with Aziri and try to visit her, and she can from time to time. And I thought when it comes to the Eldrin, like, she would work under Hadressa if she needed her for something, maybe. It kind of depends on the timing of it with her life, but I think she would be particularly interested in the Eldrins, like, because Hadressa had told her that they were investigating Mandor and Lady Drava. So Zenoa would at least be interested in working behind the scenes on that and from afar to kind of build networks to infiltrate the church. And I will say, like, which you can totally, like, say nah, but I genuinely think that Sarek and Zenoa would be down to have, like, 5 kids. Like I could see, like, I really do think, because he's just kind of chaos, honestly, but I think Zenoa would really just fall in love with the chaos of a full home with, like, you know, the smell of baked goods through the house all the time. There's paint on the walls, you know, like, I think she would lean into that so hard and she would just adore it. And in saying that, I think she would learn how to bake, yes, obviously. And yeah, I think just in, like, watching her kids grow up, she would have these moments of just thinking back to her childhood in Mandor, and she would use it to just make sure that she spoils her kids with, like, the sweetest of treats, you know, just, like, all that kind of stuff. The only other thing I put is that just, like, above all, no matter where these people are, she'll always be there for them when they call, and she will visit them as often as possible.
Okay. So, well, you keep in touch with Aziri, and Aziri travels for a bit longer on her journey, doing her own adventures before eventually returning home, which she invites you to visit. You know, the Garden of Remembrance, her home city. Traveling through Ishti, you find it to be a dark gray land full of depression and poverty, you know, effects of the Dreadlord's rule. In the Garden of Remembrance, however, you find a city fittingly named, for the people there are working very hard to preserve what Ishti used to be, a very beautiful, vibrant land. You know, one that's peaceful and where each person has a chance to prosper if they live with honor. Aziri spends her life learning how to rule and still holds out hope for finding a way to overthrow the Dreadlord and restore Ishti to its former beauty. Amir has a hard time for a while adjusting to life. She's a little bit older. It's a little bit harder for her to adjust. Having spent most of her life in the Temple of Our Lady, only occasionally leaving to go to other buildings, she honestly develops a bit of agoraphobia, a fear of the sky and the freedom. It's hard to adjust to the freedom of it, of life, without so much rigid structure. Inthris invites her to Redfeather regularly whenever she or you or whoever wants to make the journey. And just before, you know, you stay in Elduin for a while, then just before you leave to go south, you know, as you enter Redfeather, to get your mother, basically, you find her at a table around a map of Carandia and a bunch of papers and everything spread out with Inthris and a few other people who work for her. And Interest explains that she was having dinner and they were talking about her business that Interest conducts with her exports around diamonds and a few other things that come out of Valgard and the rich mines that are there and things of that nature. And your mother makes some interesting, insightful questions and offers some thoughts. And Interest quickly discovers that your mother actually has a strong mind for business, for making decisions and making efficiency, which is probably surprising. She's never had a chance to exercise it, which further highlights the tragedy of her life spent wasted by Stuhlern's oppression. So as you guys go south, she would likely work it out with Interest to contribute in some way, and run business and help run business with you guys and with Interest. Again, finding that gifting, which helps, I would say, accelerate her healing, because it's not just about the freedom, it's about purpose and having something to work towards, having something to work for. And I think that's when you start to see her come more alive. I think her constant fear never really leaves her. She still keeps lanterns and candles lit all the time. She still has trouble with food. Sometimes she still fears the open sky. She keeps an unbelievably immaculate home at all times. And has a hard time dealing with disorder or uncleanliness. But
That's what I'm saying.
although her fear never fully although her fear never fully leaves her, especially with some new purpose, you do see her become more brave. And you begin to see the strength that was sort of buried underneath the darkness, the same strength that helped you survive your family life, now redirected into something good and healthy. And I think throughout your life, you still feel Ildris's elusive, mysterious, but present influence on you. And I think over time, you probably begin to understand concepts like home are actually hard to define. And the powerful pull of the concept of family is really hard to explain, but no less powerful for its mystery. But with that lack of definition, that mystery of it, you understand why Ildris is herself mysterious, why she displays herself as a little more than a silhouette in visions and things of that nature. Because it's something good and powerful, but hard to define. Sarek, in your time in Bloodpool, you do find your family. Your parents are, once you explain what's happened, your parents are more understanding. Your sister's hurt, but they all forgive you fairly quickly. Your brother has to be pursued a lot harder. But with time and a little bit of confrontation, you are eventually able to finally come to an understanding and make peace. When you look into it, the order you belonged to was strict, maybe even a little bit cult-like, but due to their secretive nature, it's kind of hard to find out without probably years of effort.
Mm-hmm.
So if you leave, then you probably just make peace with leaving it and leave it at that,
Yeah.
I imagine.
Absolutely.
You do sometime later hear from the Astral Raven one last time, who does explain that he had a plan to find Adandra and help restore her, but that someone already did it. And thanks anyway.
I love it. Thanks. We're fine.
I'll be leaving you now.
But yeah, still being able to see most of the party here and there as they visit each other and continue to know each other, and seeing now their home and their homeland and settling there, and life married to celebrities or married into a celebrity
yeah.
family, so to speak.
Yeah. Thank you.
But yeah, able to build up your shipping and sailing,
Transport,
Yeah.
cargo, just kind of do a little bit of everything, whatever lets me kind of hit the seas.
Absolutely.
Yep. And I spend time building up that business until we start having kids, and again, similarly to Val in there, take a huge step back. Hopefully that by that point it's successful enough to where I can let my employees kind of handle that and spend more time with my family. The chaos, because I even though Imagine Sonoa enjoys the chaos, she doesn't want to raise 5 kids by herself. That's my guess.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So definitely take a step back and raise a family. I think his adventuring days are really behind him. Not really. There was always a part of him that was like, I've got to go prove myself. Now I've got to be the best because I need to show people that I am the best. And I think with Sonoa, he doesn't have that need to prove anymore. So he is okay just living out a more peaceful life with a family, with a little shipping business, and yeah. And the name of the ship is the Grey Dawn.
Okay.
Yep. I think you get yeah.
I got where you are.
Yep. It's actually a little bit of like, I didn't go into a full backstory for it, but like the Grey Dawn is like a good omen in Bloodpool. So it's something that's meant to be like a good omen on the seas kind of thing. That's just like kind of folklore that's passed down from generation to generation. So that's where it comes from.
That Red at Night Sailor's Delight sort of thing.
Yes.
Grey Dawn is a good omen.
Yep. But yeah, and there's I guess a pretty happy life.
Yeah. My last note for Sarek is that about a year later, you get a letter. It just says simply, "Glad to see you're doing well. A." And you recognize the handwriting as somebody you thought was dead.
What's my backstory?
Wait,
What's the name of the guy who fought the king?
Adris.
Yeah.
The guy, our
Yeah.
buddy, your old boss.
Do I recognize
for
the handwriting as his handwriting?
Mm-hmm.
Good catch.
Oh my
Which means it's still. Which means don't you have his name in your book?
No, we told him to scratch it out.
disappeared.
He told me
We told you to scratch it
Yeah,
out.
he asked me to scratch it out. And I did.
Damn,
That was my first character
I
that
know.
happened.
Wow.
Damn, Gina.
Word.
Yeah, it took me a second, but I was like, oh, I know who that is.
I was like, oh, is it for my backstory? Because I always kind of wonder if I was never really sold that he died because
Yeah.
the scene. I was like, he's alive. He's
Because
alive.
we lost contact.
Yeah.
Maybe the armor is still out there too. Then
The what?
armor that disintegrated. Disintegrated.
Go back to Riverdale and find it. Sell it for some good money. That's our startup money. Yeah.
Shit, we got enough startup money.
Huh?
We got crap ton of gold, don't we?
That's what I'm saying. I was like, I might as well build a temple.
Yeah.
Got
Do
so
what you
much
gotta do.
money.
There you go.
I'll go. Mine's easy. Stoic struggled pretty much with a lot of the stuff, and so when he was done, he was finally done, and he hung his sword above the fireplace, and I don't think he ever got into an altercation again. Like, not in a fighting purpose, you know what I mean?
Arguments at the Senate.
Yeah, well, he stays in Elwyn, and he wants to prove that he can be like Shadow Stoic, but in his own way. And so he actually, cause he doesn't need money anymore, and he just dedicates spending every day walking around Eldwin and making connections with the people that live there, and finding and volunteering in any way he can to help. When he sees an old lady carrying too many groceries, he helps her. If he sees somebody whose roof isn't quite right, he offers to fix it. You know what I mean? And he just goes around every day trying to find a way to better serve his community. And in that way, he doesn't want power, he doesn't want wealth, he just wants to pay back all the things that were done for him in kindness to others. He also works on Enthris a little bit.
He works on her?
Well,
That's a sentence.
he feels pretty strong, and you can correct me because I don't know how far it goes, but in Stoic's mind, he would like to eventually move in with Enthris as a partner, like, because she's got her own life going on, and she's got a lot of busy, big, high-level stuff, but he would like to live with her and be more of a partner, lover, possibly. But, like, he knows how she is. He's not going to tie her down. And so if she's agreeable to that or wants to be more than that, he's totally willing. But if not, he's like, I just want to be near you and in your space and be partners and together in whatever context that is.
Before we get to that, 2 questions.
Yes.
First, when you came out of Remnant, you passed through that town underground before Hera sent you to the Forest of Ancients. The town, I think you, Danny, were gone.
Yes.
But you guys, the party, went through an underground town where you found a bunch of people living in the light of a hardened heart of another ancestral that fell in the battle that led up to
I remember you telling me
the
about
banishing.
this.
Right before you left, the village leader asked you specifically to return.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that.
Do
I
you
wrote it
return?
down. I just didn't. Yeah, we'll say I returned because I wasn't here for that. Danny wasn't
Okay.
here for that. So like,
Okay. So at some point,
yeah, at some point.
whenever you want to, you make the long journey north. And it's a very long journey. Probably won't have to be able to hang up your sword just yet, but
If he's going north, because Bear's family lives that way too, right?
yes. In a very different part of the north, but yeah.
Oh, it's not nearby. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, no, I can. We're like God love. I did hang up my sword. I might fire an Eldritch Blast here or there, but I hung up my sword.
Well, in either case, you make the journey. You're directed there with the help of Hera and his guidance. To get there, you have to travel underground through strange realms underground, deep, deep under the earth to find this place. A secret town, but
Yeah.
but when you arrive, you're greeted by a dark elf who has what you saw before and then you traveled through the town before. You saw a lot of variety of races and species, like different creatures, but all of them had this sort of strange, subtle, prismatic shimmer on their skin, and he is the same. Which he greets you and says, "Thank you for returning. I have heard stories of your exploits. I'm glad they all went well." You make a little bit of small talk, and as you walk through the village, he says, "Many come here from all sorts of places, yet they all seem to share one trait. They all seem to have some sort of good inside of them that might be lost in their home environment. We don't know how, but we believe it calls to them. It calls people like that here. And that sort of light reaching to the darkest of places is like hope itself, no?
Yes.
Well, I am glad you were able to make such a long journey, but there was someone I wanted you to meet." And he walks you over to what looks like a party just returning from somewhere else in the caves, where they've just dropped off some sort of large lizard-like creature that they apparently had hunted recently. Just a variety of races and people. And he kind of stands just a short difference and beckons out to them. "Agara." And you see a tall, bulky female orc walk over. Says, "Agara Strongjaw, we have all heard her story. I thought you'd like to meet her." And Agara just kind of frowns
Sure.
at you both and, "Hi."
I'm Stoic Songsteel.
And she just kind of frowns and stares at you for a moment, and then you just see this slow, like, "Song Steel?"
Sebastian's son.
"Stoic. You live."
I do.
"And Sebastian?"
He does not.
Hmm. I'm happy to meet you.
I see you got away from your village.
Yes. It was not pleasant. It was... I think it shouldn't have happened, but I'm glad it did. Sebastian was captured by raiders from my tribe. This was normal. Sebastian was made to be my hut slave. He was weird.
Yeah.
He was happy. Even when we were cruel to him. He smiled and he sang. I liked his singing. I started to treat him less cruel. I started to listen to his stories. I asked him questions and came to know him. He told me about children. And she actually reaches into her shirt and pulls out a what looks like a chaldron symbol carved out of bone of some sort, really roughly carved out. And told me about a God that wasn't cruel, that another way to live that is not just strength, not by the club and spear. I loved him. Slowly, but I loved him. I was so ashamed. To love a weakling slave. But the love was stronger than me. What could I do but submit? He defeated me without a weapon. And then I had a child in me. And then I knew fear. Strong fear. Stronger fear than the kind of fear of those stronger than me. Fear of what would happen when a weakling child came out of me.
He told me that's why you had us leave. To save us.
Yeah. We escaped. We ran into the mountains. And raiders chased us from my tribe when they found out. But we ran faster. We survived, but it was hard. And then I had you. For one day I held you. My gray-skinned, beautiful weakling. And then the raiders came again and found us. Sebastian took you, but I was too weak to run. So instead, I stayed, and I challenged the leader. I fought, and it was hard. And she holds up, and you actually see what you didn't quite notice before was her arm actually is cut off. Right here.
Twins.
I lost my arm, but I killed him. And the raiders left because I'd won. But I was gonna die anyway. Too much blood gone. So I went in a cave to find a dark place to die so that the crows wouldn't get me. I walked deeper and deeper. I don't know for how long. But then I woke up and I was here. They found me and brought me here and healed me and taught me it was a safe place. I didn't know where Sebastian would go, so I stayed. I'm sorry I didn't come find you. I'm sorry I never asked where to look. I'm not very smart.
I'm just glad that you're safe. And I give her a hug.
And she gives you a hug that is much too tight.
Suffocating a little bit. Yeah, because orcs in this world are beastly, right? They're not. Yeah, they're not clothes-wearing, cultured,
No, they're savage.
Yeah.
Strong.
Yep.
They're not like WoW orcs. They're like
A little bit closer to that.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She said, I did pray once, and I felt him, and I think he told me to wait. I think this is what I was waiting for.
It's been a long road. I lost my arm as well, but a friend helped me grow it back.
Powerful friend.
I have quite a few of them, actually. I'd love for you to meet them sometime.
I would like to.
I'm sure if I explain to them, they'll definitely take the trip with me.
I would like that.
I probably would have stayed a couple days or a week and then headed back.
Yeah, you would find a strange juxtaposition. You know, the orcs of this world are savage. They are generally not good creatures. But you find her in a strange gentleness in her. You find that she is surprisingly serious about children. She's also got an interesting sense of honor about her, and even with one arm is still a meaningful contributor to the town and their survival efforts. It's hard work surviving down there.
Yeah.
And you just get to know your mother. Second question,
Yes.
which might be, it depends. Are you going to go try to resolve things with Cithras?
I mean, yeah, I think at some point I'm gonna have to, right?
So, well, that's up to you.
And if I did, it'd probably be with you.
Yeah, I'd go.
Okay.
Part of something that I would have been doing for a lot of this time in building kind of my own like knowledge network and whisper network is specifically looking at how devils manage deals and contracts, because partially I'd be slightly undermining my father this whole time, just in like a really subtle way, not in like a very like straightforward, but specifically I've been doing all of this work to understand contracts, to understand how to help navigate helping Cithras as best as we could,
Okay.
because a lot of what's happening to him is contracts he was not privy to.
Yeah, the Cithras thing would have been definitely taken care of as dual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do that now. So, at some point, I imagine not too long, you make the journey together to Tiratha. It's a long journey, probably best by ship, but still long because of the impending hostilities with Shigorith to the west that you have to circle around to get there.
I'm in disguise the whole time.
But you eventually do make it back to your childhood home. Checking around, you find that the circle breakers have grown. True to his word, Cithras has indeed helped them become a full-fledged movement. They've changed locations several times. Now currently sort of headquartered in a kind of older squat tower in the eastern side of the fifth circle. You are led to the top of the tower, where you enter into a room and you see Cithras standing at a window looking out over the city. His dress is a fitted black, long, pointed jacket with dark green trim and highlights, with gloves and matching pants and boots. Much darker look than the clothes you saw him in before. It's almost an outfit so serious you almost think you have the wrong person for a second. And he turns, and Sithis himself has changed too. One of his eyes carries a slashed black scar that seems to very subtly writhe with darkness. His eye is like a black orb with a sort of subtle color swirling inside. As he turns and looks at you and... Do you like it? A little present, a little souvenir left by the hag coven you sent my way.
Yeah, we do that by habit.
More than that, he seems darker. Like some sort of spark has gone out. It's like a darker edge to his confidence. Like, as he talks with you, he walks around the room a little bit, but he doesn't really stroll like he used to. He stalks. What do you say? I told my sister I'd listen to you, so what? And hurried up. I had no time to think about this.
I was unaware and foolish when I made some choices, and that's not an excuse. I just wish there was something I could do to repay you for all of the help that you've given us, and to make even the disrespect that I showed you, even though I was unaware of how it might affect you. If I would have known, I would not have made the same decisions. And I've been struggling to think of any way to compensate you. And so I'm basically just throwing myself on your mercy.
Disrespect. It's not as if you insulted me.
No, but I didn't realize when I asked that person to remove the curses on me, how he would go about doing it.
Roll a persuasion check.
Do I get my adder?
Oh yes, your normal stuff.
Guidance from countries away.
I don't need it because I got like a plus 12 to persuasion, I think. We're pretty close. Plus 10, so 25.
So I'm supposed to feel better just because you're stupid? You're
No.
too stupid to know that dealing with a wizard like that was going to be a bad idea? That dealing with hags is a really bad idea? That somebody's going to suffer for it?
No, Grand, the hags wasn't me. But still doesn't make it okay. I made no deal with a hag. And so that was not my influence. But it was more of the fact that I asked him to undo the binding on my feet. And because I wasn't quite sure what that was. And I know I'm feigning ignorance, but I thought it was a practical joke that you were playing on me, not a deal that you felt very, very strongly about. If I would have known, or if I would have thought, I would not have done that. I would have suffered with it for as long as you saw fit.
Trust me, you don't have to feign your ignorance.
It's true.
And again, it's not as if I didn't tell you, so I'm supposed to feel better, what, because you don't listen to me and all the things I tell you? About the Fae, about myself?
Like I said, I have no excuses.
And what about you?
Well, I plan to fuck up that wizard one day, so I don't know how much that will help you in the long run, but in that regard, maybe that will settle a little bit of something. But that is not why I am here. I'm here to make a deal.
Mm-hmm. He picks up a goblet of a drink of some kind and kind of walks around you guys, and he says, as a Fae, I'm normally a fan of irony, but I'm not sure you always appreciate it. Do you appreciate the irony of shackling me to a movement to free slaves?
I see the irony here, but I don't find it funny.
Oh, well. I feel so much better.
My deal is simple. I take your name in this town, which means anything that is tied to your name is now tied to me, which makes you unshackled from this place. For the name is what gives it power, yes? For the Fae?
That's part of it. Names are certainly powerful.
And it was not your name that was used in that contract, but your identity here. Is that correct? I take your identity. I'm quite good at taking identities these days. And I free you of this place and the responsibilities that go with it.
And in return,
I only ask that what you have set in motion here gets to remain in motion. But I ask for nothing else.
are you sure?
I have taken a lot from you, but I gave you back your sister. I gave you back Selena.
And then what?
And then the burden of maintaining this movement becomes my burden, which it should have been in the first place because I was the one who set it in motion. It is now my responsibility. From then on out, I'm going to keep finding information when and how I can. I'm going to keep trying to undermine anything I can to break you one step at a time from any of the remaining bonds that you did not ask for. I cannot break the things that you made promises to, but I can break things that I forced you to do. And shackling you here was the thing I forced you to do.
Mm-hmm. And what of you? You want to make amends?
I do.
You know, I will admit, my time here has taught me a lot. First, trusting others, camaraderie and all that makes you stupid. I made this bargain because I wasn't thinking clearly. I liked you. Something about you made me behave in a decidedly un-Fey-like way. And now I know better. I know I've learned secret knowledge. Techniques, things I've never seen before. It's very helpful. And so I wonder how sincere you are and what you're willing to pay for this amends that supposedly is so important to you, which I've heard before.
And what would you ask?
He goes over to a drawer and opens it, and he pulls out another chalice. This one black with cracks, and you see like kind of a glow, like embers in the cracks. And he says, "See, if you're going to release me, I plan on continuing with my original plan. I will become powerful enough to break her curse. And since I've come here, I've learned that there are ways to transfer power. So if you want to make up for your offenses, drink from this chalice with me, and you will lose your ability to cast spells forever. The power in its raw form will transfer to me. And I've something else as well. See, Fae tend to make bargains and then curse those who break them. But devils taught me the concept of building the curse into the bargain itself. So if we make this bargain, it will have a condition. If you ever willingly do anything to disrupt it or remove the effects of this bargain, you will die immediately, and your soul will immediately belong to the devil who once owned this chalice in the past. I won't be fooled again. So how badly do you want to make amends?" And he hands you the chalice, or holds out the chalice for you.
I take it. And I go, for the first time in my life, I know what I'm getting into, and I drink from it. Then I hand it back to him.
And so with this, you agreed to take everything I've set in motion here?
I do. Under your name,
In my place.
which comes with it all the power that you have under this particular name.
Oh, I don't have any place in intention to be here ever again.
All the power under your name.
Well, except for whatever power is within me, of course.
deal, but I will not be drinking out of that.
Oh, I'm not asking you to, just him.
Good. I already have half of the devil inside of me.
That would have once been interesting to me. And he drinks. Do you feel like a partial severing of your connection with Arcthurian? It's not total, but you definitely feel like something is blocking part of it, and in a way that you'll never be able to access again.
I was retiring anyway.
With that, the chalice disintegrates into black dust. All right. Amends made.
Thank you, Cithras.
Good luck.
Visit your sister. She misses you.
Now that I can do. At some point. Well, I would say it's been a pleasure, but I don't even think I could pull off that lie.
I think we just created the big bad for the next campaign. So, good luck in breaking the curse. And we'll be on our way.
So as you leave, you see Storm flits right into the window and stops when she sees you, and then kind of looks immediately nervous because of Cithras and a little unhappy herself, and just sort of half-heartedly.
As soon as I walk out of the room, I start to divvy up the name amongst the entire community so that I am still holding the name and so is everyone else.
Okay. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
So Stoic. You return magicless to Carandia.
Happily so.
I'd say it takes time, but you begin to see that people continue to appreciate you. The nobility has a bit of trouble for a bit at the odd change in behavior,
Sure.
but the common folk genuinely grow to like you. In time, it slowly starts to sink in that you yourself are someone who can be liked and valued for yourself. Over time, you, like anyone that lives in Eldwin, you hear inevitably rumors about things happening in the underground. And the strange organization known as the Song of Secrets continues to grow in power and influence. And rumors begin that they worship a devil.
Oh no. Oh no.
Inthrus, I am going to have to roll for.
Oh.
She's complicated.
She is complicated.
Uh-huh.
Biggest role of the campaign.
Which is also why I framed the relationship the way that I did. Because I don't think she'd be the type to settle down and marry me. But living together as partners, I think she would be open to.
Her little houseboy.
Come on, 3 marriages.
That's right.
It's in the campaign. Look. We stand happy, healthy families around here.
So, with Inthris, I think over time you continue friendship, grow closer. She is very happy to know you, and but I think you begin to see that her beliefs are deep. She believes that she will always be alone, that is complicated, and you think probably you might be able to crack it if not for the immortality problem. Part of what makes it hard for her to even consider enough to grow past her problems internally, emotionally, is that you're going to grow old and die.
Yeah.
And she'll keep going. And that's hard for her to cope or want to go down that route. She has, and even confides a bit, you know, as time goes on slowly, is some of the deep-seated, frankly, issues that she has, like that are keeping her in a degree of isolation. And so there's you definitely grow closer, you maintain a friendship, you work together on things, but I think there'll always be a little bit of distance emotionally. I think if you are willing, with the kind of work that you'd like to do and pursue, I think you would find a pretty good partner in Octo, the archpriest.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Who takes advantage of Asura and her efforts to rebuild the shambles, to turn it into something to help with that and help people get on their feet in other ways than just buildings.
Yeah.
And interestingly, if you remember Duchess Wendra, she was a noble who was a member of Enthris's Order of the Nightshade,
Yeah.
who fought with you in the Battle of Elduin.
Yep.
It was her who comes to you, too, with an idea. As the shambles are being rebuilt, in light of everything that happened with the Battle of Elduin and the world in general, she wants to work with you to start a long-term project and get the Queen and the nobility involved. That if the shambles are becoming more of a proper part of town, they need protection as well. Elduin is full, but that doesn't mean it can't expand. And so she begins to work with you and Enthris and Barissa and anybody else that she can persuade, and you can persuade, with considerable weight of fame, to begin building a new wall around the perimeter of the
No, I'm not
shambles.
helping build a wall.
Something that would take a long time, but would offer protection against the kinds of things that you've fought in yourself against these people.
Let's do it.
And I think you'd probably find, whether it's direct or not, some sort of learning or mentorship, in a sense, from Octo, in the quiet way of serving children through all the ways that you talk about. He reminds you of Lenora in some ways, showing you how to find that there is great peace in the simplest acts of service to others. Asura.
Yep.
You find it is longer than you anticipated to leave, and harder to leave Tiratha than you thought. You thought maybe it was strange, looking back at the interaction with Cithras, the way he phrased things, the way he made the deal. You took on everything he set in motion. You didn't understand everything. You forgot
Yeah.
the kinds of things he liked
could-
to set in motion.
Yeah.
Finding yourself involved with contracts that were tricky to deal with. Things that he had figured out, but were so complex they're just in that you. It's much harder for you to understand his way of negotiating. And so I think you get stuck there for a while, trying to unravel that intricate weave that he wove through that city. But you do. While you're there, you are able to solidify and help strengthen the place. You're able to establish some communication with Prince Destrian, who does communicate and provides some secret aid. Resham eventually finds you.